Okay, Mr. Grant. Tell them we're ready. Grant did so, and the loudspeaker sounded almost at once. Attention, Proteus. Attention, Proteus. This is the last voice message you will receive until mission is completed. You have 60 minutes objective time. Once miniaturization is complete, the ship's time recorder will give the 60 reading. You are at all times to be aware of that reading, which will be reduced 1 unit at a time each minute. Do not, repeat, do not trust your subjective feelings as to time passage. You must be out of Benish's body before the reading reaches 0. If you are not, you will kill Benish regardless of the success of the surgery. Good luck. The voice stopped, and Grant could find nothing more original with which to encourage his sinking spirits than, "This is it."
This is it. Do-do-do-do-do. This is it. Welcome to the sewers of Brooklyn, New York, everybody. This is Nick the Rat coming to you live from the sewers of Brooklyn, New York. Hold on one second. I always see like one thing last minute. There we go. Bam. We're actually still in the sewers. And this is episode 242. I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say today. It's August 5th, 2020. We're going to be cracking open a beer, Guinness beer right here. Oh, shit. I promised myself I wouldn't do that, but I did it. There we go. Hey, look, it's Cyborg Kiwi. Where's my stories? Yes, Quarkus, we're getting sticky already. Let's see here. Last week, it's a very strange show. I was drinking the Green Dragon, which is like a marijuana alcohol drink, and let me tell you, I was real fucked up. I don't know if anybody knew. I was super paranoid. I thought there was like these things crawling all over me. I might have been acting a little bit strange during the show. I don't remember. It was a fun time. I liked it a lot. It was a fun time. And also it was because I was drinking the Green Dragon because my friend from a long time ago gave it to me. And I needed to drink it because I was moving. There was a process of moving going on. I've moved a couple of sewer tunnels down in the sewer. Like 6 tunnels down. There was an opening, a bigger sewer. Fatter pipe, a big old fat pipe. Quarkus says it was noticeable. I don't know. I think I remember. I don't remember, but I know I was all types of fucked up last week. It was a fun time. This week I'm just gonna be drinking regular alcohol. Wait, this is not my Guinness anymore. This is a different drink. Uh-oh. But we're in trouble tonight, people. But the move was also very annoying, I could say that. It's weird when you start packing up boxes and you're like, whoa, I have more stuff in the studio than I thought. And you're like, God damn. Maybe I should throw all this shit away. I don't even want it. But, you know, I got a lot of old sketchbooks and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to throw this shit away, but I should just fucking get rid of that shit. I don't know. Anyway, what are we even talking about tonight, everybody? Well, I'll let you know in about a couple of seconds. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think that was long enough. We are talking about nano machines tonight. Nanites, nanobots. Nanotechnology, things that are very small things we'll be talking about tonight. Ow. And I think it's kind of appropriate because we were talking about viruses earlier. I don't know why we were talking about viruses. Anybody have any idea why we might have been talking about that? I have nano wieners. A couple Chads out there might have those, or simps. Simp penis is very nano-ish. Where is the technology today? Where are we with nanotechnology? I do remember I'll mention that a little bit later. I'm jumping the gun here. I'm jumping the gun, everybody. But tonight we do have music. We've got news. We've got nanodicology. We got Zindu. Yeah, the news. Zindu is back, everybody. Zindu has come back. The story with Zindu is actually a lot more interesting than I thought. I thought we fired him. But we didn't fire him. He just vanished for a little while. Also, if you're tuning into the video stream, I know this is mainly a podcast, everybody. I am a cartoon rat, but on video, I put a filter on, a human filter, so I kind of look a little human. But I also have this cool, super duper microscope thing, and I could zoom in on stuff, and we could see like really small details and stuff. Like you could see the pores on my rat little hand. It's kind of gross because I'm all sweaty, and you could see the sweat in my pores. Let's see if I could zoom in on that there. If you want to see this on the video, go to. Ew, I'm gonna puke. Like really small things are really gross. It's a very gross thing to get that small and inside of little holes on people. But let's get in there. I had it. There we go. Yeah. Well, let me just do my robe. There you go. See there you look at those. Look at the fibers on there. There's things smaller than we know out there. Like you're like, oh, he's just wearing a robe. But if you look at the robe closer, you could see that there's a weaving. There's little threads that are all coming together to make one thing. One thing. And what makes us what we are? Is it the? Let me put that down over here. Over there. Get that fuck out of here. It's gross. What are we? Are we the little things that make us what we are? Or can we change what we? You want to see it on my cheek? Hold on, let me bend over. Actually. It is pretty gross. I've done this before. Look at that. Look at that hair. It looks like, ugh. Ew. That is disgusting, everybody. Beard hair on a microscope looks like, oh. Ugh. 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 It's gross. Okay, back to the point here. We have phone calls, we have music, we have a whole bunch of cool stuff tonight. We're going to be sticking that microscope in places we probably shouldn't be sticking it. We got a P.O. Box mail. Got a big package, actually. Can't wait to check that out. Thank you for the big package, whoever sent that. We'll find out. I'll try not to... Yeah, it did look like wild rice. It's gross. Ugh. But, let's just have a fun time tonight, everybody. Let's just do. We gotta cut back. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world today, and it seems like it's never ending. It seems like we're in a time loop, a loop of time that just won't fucking end. It's fucking annoying. Zindu's here. Zindu's gone. Zindu's here. Zindu's gone. I don't know. Where is he here? I think he's here. Okay, whatever. Let's just. Let's start the show off how we usually started off with some music, and why not listen to some music by a person we know, Electronic Sense. Now You Are Dead. Oh, that's foreboding. It's not a little scary to start. Nanotechnology, everybody. Like Rat Radio. Welcome back to Nick the Rat Radio. That was Electronic Senses. Now You Are Dead. I was just magnifying this here dead plant, that dead flower guy. It was crazy looking under the microscope. I'm going to be microscoping a whole bunch of weird things during the show. Why the hell not? So if you have video, it adds a little bit to it. I'd hate to do this to the podcast listeners, though. So I'm just going to say that the dead flower, it looked like there was naked ladies. Vaginas, titties, everything. By the way, you could get this cool microscope that I got. It's on Amazon for $20. Check it out. Sir Spencer saw them titties. We should talk about these here nanobots really quick. What is the actual technology at these days? See, the thing, the nanotechnology, I've heard about it for so long. I'm always like, oh my God, nanotechnology, Nicky technology. Nanotechnology is going to save the world. We're going to inject it into our bodies and kill cancer and fix nerve endings and go into the brain and sadly, all we have today so far that I know of, and I think I know why, too. I've got this little conspiracy theory here. All we have today is clothing that can't get wet. That's all nanotechnology could do so far. And I think that's because Bill Clinton, yes, you heard me right. Bill Clinton got busted for nutting on a dress. Now, if this dress was coated with nanotechnology, the jizz would have just dripped off. It wouldn't have stained the dress. There wouldn't have been any proof, and he would have got away with it. Yes, Slick Bill was the reason for the current day technology in nanites that we have currently. Or not. Probably not. I don't know. But that's like the coolest thing we have with nanotechnology today. You could shoot ketchup on somebody's shirt and it'll just drip off and won't leave a stain. I don't know how long it lasts either. I don't know if it's like a permanent thing, but it's basically just like it's like a very smooth layer of atoms on cloth, so nothing could really grasp on. That's the whole point. But we do have a couple. We're getting closer. There's been a lot of breakthroughs in nanotechnology. We'll be talking about what we do have, what we could use it for, where it could go. Would you use it? I don't know. But before we do that, let's go straight to the voicemails. Let's see what we have. Anything in the voicemail over here? Do we have any? 917-719-5923. You can give me a call and talk to me. I'll open the phone line soon.
Hello, my little furry rodent friend.
Hi.
I was sitting here watching a pretty big vein throb in my foot, thinking how amazing it is.
What?
And also thinking of you.
Oh.
Weird. It's got a bunch of feedback on the phone.
Well, that was sad to say, a worthless phone call right there. If you're going to call me, make sure you leave a message, not just like a curious... Maybe that was a message. Oh, fuck. Maybe it wasn't. Probably wasn't a message. Let's try another voicemail. Maybe we'll have a better voicemail after that voicemail. That voicemail sucked. Whoever that was, I'm sorry to say, your voicemail sucked, my friend. And am I discouraging people from calling in because I might call them out on their shitty voicemail? Well, yeah. You know, if you're not calling in with professional stuff, then I don't want to hear it. I'm a professional here. I'm doing professional stuff. Damn it. Let's listen to a professional voicemail like this one.
Hey, Nick, it's getting late, bud. Everybody's still hungover from the atomgasm from last week, and that's why there's lower energy on this show. Because last week everybody was so charged up about your interview with Adam Curry. And, anyway, it was a great show tonight too, bud. Anyway, we'll talk later. Bye.
Last week's show was, I don't know, man, it might have been good. I don't know. I was really, really fucked up last week. I was experiencing deep paranoia from the Green Dragon. I actually was laying in bed that whole night. So if you get really high, like a body high from edibles, you feel every little, like your heart beating. And you notice you're breathing. You notice you're breathing, and you're like, did I stop breathing? I don't know. I might have stopped breathing. Oh my God, did I stop? And then you're like, oh, did my heart just beat? Am I having a heart attack? And then you're like lying in bed and you can't get to sleep because you're fucking flipping out. I was flipping out last week on the show. I don't know if it was. I have to rewatch the video. Maybe I'll watch the video and be like, wow, if the cops ever come after me, I'll do fine. I'll do fine. Are the little spaces, the synapse in the brain, are those atom-sized or are they smaller than atoms? I think they're at least atom-sized thick. It's funny, we were talking about Adam Curry, now we're talking about atoms. Size of brain synapse. Snaps. The total number of synapses in the human brain is, okay, we don't care about the number of them, but how big is a synapse? That's what I want to say. So far in the book, we have mainly focused on the size of individual cells and the molecule, blah, 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 blah. Wow, this is a whole article. I don't care about all this. I just want to see if we could fit a nanobot in a synapse in a brain. Smaller? Sir Bemrose is saying it's smaller than atom size. Are you making a joke about Adam Curry? What does the sewer smell like right now? Because I just took a huge... oh boy. It's actually... Hold on 1 second here. Oh, okay. I thought a dude named Ben was still in an open hole. If he actually has information about synapses, hop on in. Let me know. All right, this is what we're going to do here. We're going to welcome back our friend, old Zindu. Good old Zindu, we're going to welcome him back. We're going to listen to that, and we're going to play some more music, and then we're going to come back with more stuff. Stuff, good stuff. And then we'll open the phone lines soon. We're going to open the phone lines. You know what? While we're listening to Zindu, I want you to think about if you could get nanotechnology shot into your body. If you could have robots going around in your body, would you do it? If these things would extend your lifespan, but you might have lost some of your humanity, would you take that dive? And would you even lose your humanity if you had these robots in you? What do you think? I'm curious about what you think. Because I know what I think. Because I thought it already. And it's no fun to talk to yourself unless, actually, Zindu.
Everybody, it's me, Zindu. I'm back. You might be wondering where I was. Well, I was trying to get a job on the Ellen DeGeneres show because I heard it's a fucking party town over there. There was a lot of good fun stuff happening on that show. There was sexual allegations with people trying to grab junks, and it's weird though because everybody's like dumping on Ellen, but apparently it wasn't Ellen at all. I don't even really know the whole story. I was trying to find information on this because I was like, wow, if I'm going to get sexually abused by a rich famous lady that kind of looks like a toe, then yeah, sure, why not? I'm down for it. So I was trying to get a job over there for the past few weeks, and and they turned me down because they called me an alien freak. So maybe these stories are right, but Ellen didn't call me an alien freak. It was somebody in their hiring department, and I don't even think that hiring department even had anything to do with Ellen. I was in the back alley of Las Vegas. It was basically I gave hand jobs to homeless people in Vegas for a while. Okay,
What?
everybody, if you're really wondering. Yeah, but this whole Ellen story it's really confusing that everybody's just dumping on her. She's whatever. She's whatever. She's rich. She's goddamn rich, and producers and people don't give a fuck about people. And if you're working for a big old time producer and they don't treat you like you're a little fucking snowflake, perfect piece of property, then I'm sorry. That's all I can say. I'm just sorry for you that this is what you think that should be going on. Like you should be. Oh man, I went to work for this rich person on a TV show that's worth hundreds of $1,000,000 a year, and they said something. They said something to me that didn't sit right with me. And now I'm seeing other people coming out and say that. Somebody said something that didn't sit right with them, so that means that I'm going to come out. I'm going to fucking start blasting her on the internet too. I'm going to say Ellen's a fucking mean old witch. It's funny because I thought Ellen killed somebody from all the stories that I read, and apparently that's not what happened. It was just a couple. I still have no idea what the fuck's happening. I have no idea. I try to do research for this story. Because Nick the Rat won't take me back because I had to give some hand jobs out and Nick, come on, man, I'll give you a hand job. Just take me back on the show, please. Oh wait, this is on the show, isn't it?
Yes.
Nick took me back, and I didn't even have to fucking jerk him off. Oh man, you're so much cooler than Ellen DeGeneres, Nick. I'm gonna tell all my friends to get jobs with you and your production company in the sewer with the Dark Sewer Scientist, and fuck Ellen. Yeah, fuck her. She's an evil bitch, and I heard she hates kids and kittens and puppies. I heard that's just make believe. I haven't heard shit actually. I don't know what's real. I don't know what's not real. But she's a big target, and why not just take shots? Cheap, easy shots, baby. That's what I'm all about. Anyway, this is Zindu coming to you for the Dark Sewer News Network. I'm back, baby. And boy, oh boy, are my hands sticky.
So I'm starting to feel bad that we let him back in the building, the sewer building. Somebody's saying that Chuck Palahniuk, the Fight Club writer, wrote a book about some dude that invented nanobots to control women's orgasms. Would you want robots in your body if you could press a button and just jizz in your pants? That's the female voice in my head. This is awesome. Female voice in my head. Why would you not want to have robots making you orgasm? Well, female voice in my head. What about the robots outside of your pants? I mean, outside your skin. Like there's things that just vibrate, and those things are robots too. And I think the nanobots inside, you could turn them on and off. Hopefully. The flick of the finger. I'm about to play a voicemail with the flick of my finger right now. Let's see what we got here. We got 917-719-592.
Hello, Mr. Nick the Rat. I just wanted to let you know that your show really hit the spot.
Well, that worked pretty well. 917-719-5923. Yeah? Wait, what's that? Tell him to stop playing Borderlands. Is he playing Borderlands 3 at least? Come on, you gotta work your nerddom up. But Borderlands is cool. It was a decent game. Borderlands 3 was a little bit of a letdown. I heard. I don't know. Maybe the pre-sequel. Wait, did Quirkus? Did you not hear the last voicemail that I played about anything? I know. There was the. Hold on one second. I don't know what people are hearing. Did you? Well, I didn't play that whole voicemail. I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Let's play that. Let's play the rest of the voicemail. Let's see what we got here over here.
I really wish I could talk to you right now.
Oh.
The real Nick. I'm seeing something in the skies. It's daylight, and it's really magnificently strange and scary and confounding, really. And before I could take a picture of it, it changed. I really don't care how this sounds to people. I just know what I see with my human eyes. There's no normal shaped clouds in the sky anymore. It's extremely rare, to be honest. And I look up there, and during the nighttime, during the daytime, and it's just, can it really all be because of chemtrails? Or maybe some of it's because there's so much that we can't detect with our limited scope of perception. I mean, we're just humans. We can't even see what thousands of species can see. There's animals that can detect or see ultraviolet light, that can see heat, a thermal sensitivity. So why do we think we're so fucking superior? It's so stupid. We're just egomaniacs. But thankfully, you're one of the people I can talk to that understands that it goes so much farther and deeper than we could ever fathom. That we couldn't possibly be superior. Oh my God, look what we do to each other. Look how we treat each other. Our own planet that gives us life. Species that we've killed off. That we need. Anyway, I saw there's these really fucked up clouds in the sky. They don't even look like clouds anymore. One of them was this gigantic
Caller? Oh man, she might have got sucked up into the cloud. Yeah, humans do have that whole issue about being superior. They're like, oh yeah, we're fucking great things. And I think they could do so much too. Like, oh, we could change the weather systems. We could add we could put. Actually, that's something else I heard about. Nano dust. They were thinking about sprinkling like little microchips in like Afghanistan when we were doing like Operation Desert Storm and shit. So the smoke and the clouds would go into the caves and they would see everything. But all we have is clothes that could reject ketchup so far. I know nanotechnology, it's still a budding technology, and it's not there yet. Maybe another 10, 20 years. But so far, all we have is ketchup repellent. I wonder if there's nanotechnology for condoms or like sex stuff. Bill Clinton. Ow. Okay, we're gonna play another song now. Then we're gonna come back and we're gonna thank some people, and then we're gonna talk a little bit more about nanotechnology. We have Miskin robots, helical robots, swarm vortex. We got DNA, synthetic nanospores, cyborg organoids. We got nanowalkers, xenobots. We got a whole bunch of stuff we're gonna talk about. Bioterrorism. You tuned in tonight. You got lucky that you're actually listening tonight. That's all I could really say, because, boy oh boy, we're gonna get to that peach pit. Wow, were we talking about fucking Cloverfield last week? What the fuck were we even talking? Anyway, let's play another musical interlude. Purple Cat with Infinite.
Get your mind out of the gutter and into the sewer. You're listening to Nick the Rat.
That was Purple Cat with Infinite. All this music you can find on SoundCloud /NickTheRat/likes. You go to nicktherat.com and find it there too. So if you're looking for anything from the show, just go to nicktherat.com or nicktheratradio.com, and I'm sure you can find it there. All your questions will be answered. I should probably go to the mailbag now. We're actually, you know what? We're going to thank some people. We're going to thank whoever donated, and then we're going to look at the mailbag. Pardon me. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Oh, we had some good PayPal donations last week, though. As fucked up as I was, I remember there was a couple of good, really PayPal donations. I'll post that. My peas are popping like crazy. I will be posting last week's episode soon. I still have to do the artwork for it. It's, when you're moving and there's a whole bunch of shit going on and you're all fucked up in the head, it's kind of hard to do stuff. At least I didn't miss the episode, and I still have it. It's in the wheelhouse. It's in the wheelhouse, everybody. Okay, let's see if anybody donated this week. After last week's episode, probably nobody did. Let's see here. PayPal says promote your shit. Okay, no. PayPal, we couldn't process your payment. Couldn't process your payment. Looks like we got 2 people that might have canceled there. That's fine. If you need your money, save your money. But if you would like to show that you'd like to donate, please donate. Like Mr. JP did. JP did a 420. Thank you so much for the 420, JP. Much appreciated. I try not to dox anybody, so I don't say their name. A lot of people might be like, oh, you say their name. Say they donate, you should say. I don't know if people want me to say their name, but I will say your initials. You want me to say your name, write a note in the thing, or just send me a letter to be like, hey, I donated. Can you say my name? And I will say your name, say your name, say your name. I'll scream your name. Not as well as Fletcher can from hogstory.net, but I will attempt my best. We have Pierce LLC. PLLC with 1414 subscription. Now that is a subscription. That's like 1, 2, 3. That's like 3 subscriptions rolled into one. Thank you. We have PayPal saying get paid with PayPal invoicing. PayPal does suck, but what sucks more than PayPal? Patreon. A lot of P's. A lot of payment systems have P's in there, and the P's in my plosives are popping on the pop filter. Don't know why. Sorry about that. But there's Patreon sucks. They kicked somebody off of Patreon recently, some comedian guy, and then after they kicked him off, he was like, "Well, what did I do?" And then they changed the terms of services to reflect why they kicked him off. Patreon is a piece of shit, and PayPal sucks too, but so far it's still probably the best way to do this. So the value for value method is currently stuck in PayPal land. Let's see, we have more donations. We have BS. Thank you so much, BS, with the 420. BS, your name reminds me of somebody that I miss a lot. I wonder if you're that same B. You're probably not the B that I know, but if you're the B that I know, I would love if you gave me more calls, because that B was awesome. And you're probably awesome too. I'm not denying it. We have AN with 420. Wow, we have a lot of new subscribers on the 420 thing. Then we have another cancellation. That's fine. OB has left the building, everybody. OB is overboard. That's understandable. If actually, you know what? Let's all take a second and meditate on OB, because hopefully they're in a good place. I was watching a video about meditation earlier, and years of meditation can be broken down into this one sentence. Just focus on your breathing. And you can do it at any point during the day or anywhere you are. You could do it right now. Okay. We're going to do it right now. We're just going to breathe in and breathe out. And just focus on that. And then you're meditating, because your brain is basically always on. It's always going to say stuff. It's going to be like, blah, blah, blah. You're listening to Nick the Rat. Oh, this guy's voice sucks. His music's okay, but his voice sucks, and he's a little crazy. And he might be drunk right now. Why am I listening to this show? Is it entertaining? I don't know. Am I gaining anything? I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't know. But your brain's going to keep putting out these words, putting out all this garbage. But to stop it, just say, because you can also focus on your heartbeat, I guess, but that's scary. Don't focus. Okay, you know what? Don't focus on your heartbeat. Just focus on your breathing. If you focus on your heartbeat, you might kill yourself. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if you could swallow your tongue. I don't know if you could stop your own heart. And I don't know if you could break your arm by bending it past where it's supposed to go. Some things might be off limit, but just breathe and focus on that. And let's breathe and think about OB. Breathe in, OB. Breathe out, OB. Now let's hope OB is doing fine. I hope everybody's doing good. Life is very hard. Life is amazing. Like, we're experiencing this existence together, and a lot of people shit on it and take advantage of it and don't appreciate it, and they don't understand it. And those people suck. No, you know, whatever. But look at a tree and just think. And just look at a tree. 91771. We're going through the donations now. I'm sorry. PayPal, CRS. See, when like somebody with not a name sends me money, I want to say their whole thing, but I don't know if I should, so I won't. I'll just say CRS 420. Thank you so much. And then we have another person that might have canceled. So let's breathe in for Cece and breathe out for Cece. Oh, and it's midnight in the sewer, everybody. It's midnight in the sewer, and we're gonna open up the PO box. Hold on one sec. I gotta go to the PO box really quick. All right, I already went to the PO box, but we got some stuff. I'm trying not to dox anybody. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Is Dame Benrose there? Do you want to talk about it while I go run to get the mail? I found it. Really? People can't hear you? Well, wait, say something? Oh, it's not coming through. Look at that. Wow, this whole time. I think it's... Wait, say something again? Why the fuck is that not getting recorded? Or pushed through?
the broken hole.
All right, now it's going through, but you might get reverb now. It's the broken hole.
Can anyone hear me? Anyone? Anyone?
Yeah, now they hear you. Sorry.
Okay, perfect. So let me go back to what I was saying when Nick stepped away. Believe it or not, there is such a thing as a super condom. Now, using a simple nanofabrication technique that they call electrospinning, which I'm going to guess is about 1,000 spiders spinning their little webs to make this stuff, researchers have successfully manufactured a fabric woven from quote-unquote sperm-blocking fibers knitted together with an anti-HIV drug delivery fiber system. Not shitting you on this. So now the result of this, however, is a female condom that prevents pregnancy, guards against HIV transmissions, and then evaporates within hours or days, depending on how it's manufactured. Now, they're quoting it as the world's perfect condom. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has just given them $1 million to manufacture them for a mass market. What the hell, people? It's a female condom. It's not even a male condom. I mean, what's with this? Guys are just going to get rashes and have nasty reactions to it. Plus, it disappears. It melts away. Where does it melt away to? Come on, somebody give me an answer for it.
Their anus?
Apparently so. Yeah, so when you mentioned nanotechnology and sex toys, I had to look it up. And yes, they do have that for a condom. And then they have one for women. It's a sex toy that they use micro robotics for.
Wow. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm so upset that the things you were saying before earlier got cut out. But Ducky said that people heard you. I'm sorry. It was a whole misunderstanding. But we're back now, and it's working, so that's good. Okay, let's look at the P.O. box, everybody. You missed out. Actually, the female voice in my head was... they gave us the meaning of life earlier, but you missed it. Sorry. Okay, we got this letter here. Let's open this up. Let's see what we got. I hope there's no white powder. Nice stamp there. What is that? Red, white, and blue, and there's a firefighter, a baseball player, and a cop. Interesting. Okay, no white powder. My condom hasn't evaporated yet. That's a good thing. Excuse me. They moved my desk 4 times last year, and I used to be over by the window. I could see the rats, and they were merry. But then they switched from the swing line to the Boston stapler, and I kept the staples for the swing lines. Ducky, you said you... Never mind, it's fine. I still love you, Ducky. Don't worry about it. But then they switched from the swing line to the Boston stapler, and I kept the staples for the swing line stapler. I believe you have my stapler. I actually do have a swing line red stapler somewhere. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have it. No, I just want the stapler. But what I do have are a very peculiar set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for rodents like you. If you return my stapler now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you. I will set the sewer on fire. I moved. I knew you were coming for me. The stapler, so I got out of that hole. You're going to have to find the hole I'm in now. Milton. P.S. I will shut this whole sewer down. I could put Styricin in the mayo? What is... I don't know what that is. STRYCH 9. CH9.
Strychnine?
Strychnine?
Or strychnine.
Strychnine? Strip mines? Yeah, that's from Milton Wadhams. Well, Milton? Bring it on, baby. Strychnine up the sewers. All right, now we got a big-ass package. This is It's a big old package. Let's see what we got here. I'm not gonna dox you with that, but oh man, I can't wait to open this one. This one sounds. I think there's a. I think there's maybe a naked picture in this one. Yes. That's. I got a little. I think I got glitter bombed. Oh, what the fuck is this? There's money and plastic glued together and glitter, and it's very sticky.
That's kind of cute.
Very sticky. Dear Nick, thank you for all the hours of entertainment, free and open discussion, and spiritual communion. What you share with all of us, your work is more important than you may ever know. Never stop being you. Love always, AE. Ugh. Ugh. It's like, ugh. It is disgusting. I'm gonna have to. Okay. I'm gonna have to close my BO box down. Thank you.
So, out of curiosity, does that make you a glitterati?
I don't know, but there's a $20 bill glued to whatever the fuck this shit is. This is very disturbing. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's a glue trap.
It's a piece of art.
Oh, there's something else in here. I'm going to reach my hand in. Packet of glitter. I was glitter bombed. Thank you. Gotta keep it. You said you wanted to collect this stuff. Thank you, Dark Vam. If that was you, I don't know if that was. Okay, we're going to listen to a song and then we're going to come back and open up the phone lines and talk more about nanotechnology. And finally, the voice in my head is working again. So that's good. Oh, that was gross. I'm going to rip that $20 out of there, though. I'll get it. Oh, God. It's so sticky. So sticky.
Use nail polish remover. Just in low, small quantities.
I think I'm going to bring it to the bathroom and pee on it. We got Fluxoid with Parallax. Ew. Hello? Ugh.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. I had to wash my hands. I was covered in weird glitter. Oh, we're going to open up the phone lines now. 917-719-5923. You can give me a call, much like this person right here did.
Hey, what's up? It's Rick. I was just listening to this guy talking about the banishment ritual, and the way that I was taught about magic, there are different versions of the banishment ritual. But the one that works for me is you call on the 4 elements, you have a knife, and I just got some really good knives. A dagger would be better, and I'm going to move one. Oh, thank you, iPhone. And then you call on the angels, and you sing a chant. Again, there are different types of banishment rituals. So one that works for you. The whole idea, 6 Hexen Hammer 666, and if you haven't listened to him, I would recommend that you do. He says what I agree with. Magic is a psychological tool. It works to help you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that, there's actual magic going on. There is energy, and today I did the banishment ritual because, no, I won't go into the story, but I thought my life was taking a much better turn, and it's not. Well, hopefully I'll get it back on track. It wasn't something that I did. Again, I don't want to get into it more. But yeah, it's the I'm tired. I see, the melatonin's kicking in. All right, man, I'll let you go. Love and light. Hey, Google.
Got fucking glitter all over the sewer. Move into another sewer hole, and then you get glitter bombed. I might just burn the... Ah, boy. What the hell's going on here? Where am I? There we go. P.O. Box information is on nicktherat.com. You go to social. It's you can mail me at P.O. Box 9549, Brooklyn, New York 11209. That's Nick at P.O. Box 9459, Brooklyn, New York 11209. I open the mail live, which is probably stupid. But I do it anyway. I don't pre-screen anything. Not even giant packages of fucking glitter bomb. No wonder the UPS person, the person in the mail office was looking at it funny, like, what the fuck is this shit? Scanned it, and it's like fucking glitter in there, asshole.
Could be worse.
It could be. It wasn't a fucking turd in there. Woo!
That's what I was going to say.
At least there's glue too. So like most of the glitter stuck to the glue in the money. Ugh. Nasty. Okay, well, welcome back to Nick the Rat Radio, where we're having a fun time talking about nanotechnology tonight. Would you inject nanites into your body if it could clean out plaque and cancer and all that other nasty stuff? Would you? I might if I wasn't the first one to do it. But say say most of your shit was replaced. What if most of your internal blood and goo was replaced with machines and robots? Would you still be human? Would you still be a living creature if you were mostly robots? That's the question of the evening. But currently, the only nanotechnology robot shit we have is to get ketchup off of your clothing. So, I don't think we have to worry anytime soon. It's going to take a while. But if you have any questions or comments about nanotechnology or anything else, you can call me about glitter. 917-719-5923. I will talk to you live. You give me a call. Phone line's open. Fucking glitter all over the fucking place. Until then, let's talk a little bit more about this here technology here. We got condoms with nano lube on it, and it dissolves inside of. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want anything dissolving inside of my internal organs. Women always get the short side of the stick with the whole sex protection stuff. Like, oh, if a guy doesn't want to get a girl pregnant, they put a piece of latex over their penis or sheepskin, which is gross, like a sausage sack. But a woman's like, oh yeah, stick this thing into your hole, the little piece of plastic, stick that all up inside of you, or take these drugs, or ugh. I don't know. I think doctors are crazy fucking evil bastards that hate women. Maybe.
Well, that could definitely be worse. At least you don't have to have little bits of metal shoved all the way up inside you. Well, you don't have to, but some women actually choose to.
They do. Was that the little thing they put in your uterus, the fallopian tubes or something, like the plugs?
The IUD?
Yeah.
Intrauterine, whatever the device or something like that.
Why don't they have that for men though? I guess you could get you get snipped. I guess you can't really stick something down into a penis to get into the sperm ducts. Ugh. I don't know.
Well, you could always go for a kidney stone. I mean, that would block something.
An IED. What is the improvised explosive device? What the fuck? I don't think we're talking about those. Oh yeah, well, okay. Well, anyway, let's talk about Miskin robots. Miskin robots are little tiny. They're 70 microns or nanometers, 70 nanometers. They're small. They're small. They're not really, really, really small. But we have them today. They're little squares with legs, and you use lasers to make them move. And they have little silicon, platinum, and titanium, and they run around little circles. They're little cute little robots that are controlled by lasers. Yeah, 70 microns isn't that small. We don't have very good technology currently. We do have stuff smaller. Yeah, I think they're 70 microns, not nanometers. What's a micron compared to a nanometer? There's so many different types of sizes out there. Micron to nanometer. We're doing live searches. 1 micrometer equals 1,000 nanometers. So yeah, that's pretty big. They're big. There's smaller stuff out there, which we'll talk about those in a little bit. But until then, let's do another voicemail. 917. Wait, we have a voice. We have a voice. Hello, voice. We'll talk about those a little bit. But until then, let's do another voicemail. Hello. 917. Whoa. We have a voice. We have a voice.
Oh, no.
Hello, voice. Can you lower my voice?
Let's do another voicemail. 917.
Whoa.
We have a
Can
voice.
we lower our voice or something? Can you lower my voice?
Let's do another voicemail. 917.
Whoa.
We have a
Can
voice.
we lower our voice or something? Can you lower my? All right, let's hang up on that person there. That was a little bit weird. That was lower your radio. Oh, NetNed's in here. NetNed, I just want to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a jerk to you, NetNed. Hello, caller.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm covered in glitter, and I'm covered in glitter.
That's the worst. I'm sorry.
I think I've got glitter in my urethra, so I can't get anybody pregnant right now. So that's good, I guess, maybe. Imagine there was a glitter anti-pregnancy stuff. What is that called?
Glitter anti-pregnancy stuff.
Yeah, like condoms and IEDs or
IED?
they're
IEDs. IEDs would definitely prevent cancer.
they prevent a lot of stuff. They prevent life.
I mean, just life in general. But cancer being one of them. Or, sorry, pregnancy?
What are those things that stop you from getting knocked up? They're called anti-sex things or something.
Anti-sex things?
No, okay. You're obviously
Contraceptive, or I'm very confused.
a prophylactive quaaludes.
Oh. I ain't a gynecologist.
I'm not either. So okay, either way, but it would be weird if there's like a glitter version, like you sprinkle glitter on your junk so you don't get pregnant. Like, hey, you gotta sprinkle this glitter on here.
I mean, glitter's kind of pointy. Like if you were to stick your junk into somebody else's junk and it got glitter in there, it'd poke you, right? Like,
well, yeah.
Wouldn't be.
But what if it was like nano-sized glitter?
Nano-sized glitter. I mean, yeah. Well.
Caller, would you let people inject you with nanobots to save your life?
Well, I'll be honest. I would probably inject myself to see how they work.
Oh.
Yeah, because I would want to see them. So evidently, these nanobots that they use, they're about 480 nanometers long in diameter, I mean. Just FYI.
Our current technology.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking through a bunch of articles here, and I couldn't, it's really hard to find their size, actually, but one of them said 480, or was it 408? I don't know. I feel like 480
we don't really have true nanotechnology currently. We have stuff that's like 700 nanometers. Oh, actually, there's a DNA synthetic nanospore, which was 9 nanometers. I think that's the smallest we've gotten.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I saw something. Maybe that was a wavelength. I don't know. Let me look back here. Yeah. Visible light activated molecular nanomachines kill pancreatic cancer cells. This is from January 12th of this year.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm looking at for the synthetic nanospores made from DNA is from 2019. What type of nanotechnology is this again that you're looking at?
Visible light activated molecular nano.
Visible light activated
molecular nanomachines.
They need to change their terminology.
It's the wavelength. It's the fucking wavelength. It's not the actual size of the nanomachine. The wavelength is 405 nanometers. My bad.
Yeah, because the light is actually bigger than the atomic structure, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not even sure.
I don't know what you're looking. What are you looking at?
I'm
Is it a
looking
different
at
article?
I'm looking at glitter all over everything.
Oh, okay.
I can't even say. But light waves. Light is smaller than atoms. Atoms are smaller than light.
Atoms are pretty damn small.
They are.
I mean, yeah, nanometers are, yeah. I mean, a virus is like 100 nanometers in diameter.
Damn.
Yeah. It's between, well, okay, it's between 50 and 150 nanometers, or at least this one is anyway. This one, I mean, COVID-19. I mean, I'm sure they vary in size, but usually they fall within that range.
Did you ever meet a guy that had a nanometer-sized brain?
Yes.
It's weird. Size doesn't matter. It does matter. I guess it does matter because sometimes you need to get in between the crevices.
I think the point, a lot of people, I keep saying this and I feel like a broken record, but a lot of people really need to understand that science is not a thing, it is an action. You know, it's something you do. I do science, even though it's technically a noun, but semantics, whatever.
I have a clip about. Do you know Richard Feynman?
Richard Hyman?
Not Hyman. Feynman.
Sorry.
That's gross.
Super mature.
That's probably actually that is probably a last name. Hello, Mr. Hyman. Well, hello there, Senor Foreskin. Richard Feynman was talking about science. I'm going to play it later, but he talks about how people today sometimes claim that they're like social scientists. They just make some shit up and they type it out, but it's not real science.
Social science. Well, I guess, what do they do? Like, what's scientific about their socialness? Like, I'm trying to figure out what. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like, I really am curious what that is.
Do you want to hear the clip?
Yeah, let's listen to the clip.
Because of the success of science, there is a kind of I think a kind of pseudoscience that social science is an example of a science which is not a science. They don't do scientific. They follow the forms. You gather data, you do so and so forth, but they don't get any laws. They haven't found out anything. They haven't got anywhere yet. Maybe someday they will, but it's not very well developed. But what happens is, at an even more mundane level, we get experts on everything that sound like they're sort of scientific expert. They're not scientific. They sit at a typewriter and they make up something like, food grown with fertilizer that's organic is better for you than food grown with fertilizer that's inorganic. May be true, may not be true, but it hasn't been demonstrated one way or the other. But they'll sit there on the typewriter and make up all this stuff as if it's science, and then become an expert on foods, organic foods, and so on. There's all kinds of myths and pseudoscience all over the place. Now, I might be quite wrong. Maybe they do know all this thing. But I don't think I'm wrong. See, I have the advantage of having found out how hard it is to get to really know something, how careful you have to be about checking the experiments, how easy it is to make mistakes and fool yourself. I know what it means to know something. And therefore, I see how they get their information. And I can't believe that they know it. They haven't done the work necessary, haven't done the checks necessary, haven't done the care necessary. I have a great suspicion that they don't know, that this stuff is, don't know, and they're intimidating people by it. I think so. I don't know the world very well, but that's what I think.
Okay, so laws. See, there's science. Science is kind of like a average type of thing, but then there's laws where it's you can't really break those laws, But social sciences, you could break the laws because there's no laws involved. It's kind of like
Yeah. I mean, a law is just something that's been reproduced so often and has had the same result. Basically, obviously the law of gravity, like it's like, okay.
I
I agree with that guy. I feel bad for making fun of his last name now. Jeez, like he's cool.
Feynman he's amazing. I love him as well. But he is pretty funny if you ever look into him. When he got into his older age, he like opened up like hippie communes of, hey, come on, I'm gonna do it's kind of like a meetup he did. He made like meetups where he charged people to go there and hang out and listen to him talk about quantum physics.
Oh, that's cool.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, he's got it. Yeah, I think especially about the point he brought up with using pseudoscience for intimidation.
Yeah,
that's huge. I mean, oh yeah, that happens so often, and so many scientists like. Remember the guy, the anti-vax guy? He's like, "Oh, vaccines will give you autism." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Basically, he did that for. Well, first of all, being a scientist, you want to be published. You're nobody if you're not published, And then he did it for, publicity and money and grants. And usually, a lot of scientists are motivated by money and grants because, it's really hard to actually. Yeah, I mean, sure, we all are, but I mean, sometimes that definitely skews the quote unquote science. But yeah, this motherfucker just completely made everything up, and he was excommunicated from the scientific community and what have you. But even to this day, there are still people who refer to that article and are convinced that it's the cause of autism, blah blah blah. And it's like, I'm not saying it isn't, and I'm not saying it is. I'm saying I don't know. There's not been enough research done to say otherwise. And I'm not. Here I am. I'm not a neurologist. I am not an expert in this whatsoever. So, I've got a very specific field that I know, and I'm even that I'm like, but, and then scientists will come out and say, well, I'm a scientist. And it's like, yeah, you're fucking, any scientist that says like, listen to me, I'm a scientist about something. It's like, okay, well, look into their specialty. What are they actually doing? Sometimes they just say shit because they want to manipulate people and scare them and intimidate them and get money. So it's, or, look cool at a bar or get laid. I'm not sure, but
caller,
don't trust them.
Let me ask you a question. Have you were like, oh, you don't really know either, but you work with science, right?
Yeah.
Now, have you ever seen something break the laws of science? Like, you might see it once in a blue moon, but like with gravity, if I drop a ball, it's gonna fall. If I drop anything, it's gonna fall, probably 100% of the time. And what you do, you probably see stuff happen. Probably 100% of the time, always occur the way that you think it's going to occur. Correct? Does that make sense?
Well, biology is a little different. It's not like chemistry where you're like, oh yeah, I'm very sure that this will, it's.
Well, I was talking about physics. Chemistry
it's very finicky.
Wait, so there's physics, chemistry, and then biology? Biology is like the least solid of the sciences?
Unless, as a physical sciences, they say, like psychology, is that?
Psychology. Don't get me started on psychology.
It's just a study of, individuals and entities interacting with the simulation, if you ask me. But back to me. Just kidding.
So you're in biology.
Yeah,
right?
biology is yeah. It's very yeah.
Biology relies on chemistry though, doesn't it? Like it's sort of chemistry.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of it's all organic chemistry, but yeah, to some extent, the chemistry part is pretty predictable.
Yes, but you don't know what the organic matter is going to do.
Well, there's some weird shit that goes on because you can set the table exactly the way, you're supposed to. For instance, I am growing 3 different cancer cell lines at the moment, and they're being treated the same exact way. They have special medium for each cell cancer line. And what I do is I collect, they produce these little things, these exosomes, and I do tests on them and stuff. And sometimes they produce things that they're supposed to have certain markers on them, like cancer markers. And I can identify the types of exosomes that these things are, which are basically just little nanovisc. I've talked about this before. Maybe I probably sound like I'm talking about this too much, but this is all I do
That's
every
fine.
day.
Well, this is what you do. So please talk about it.
Yeah. Okay. I will. Yeah. Well, I guess my point is I'm looking for something that's supposed to be there, and it's completely fucked up and not there, and I waste time. That's just that was my point. I don't need to go into much detail.
Well, okay. My next question would be in the how many times do you have to in biology hit something, like what percentage of the time for it to be quote unquote a fact? Like, is it a little bit more than 50%? Because you're looking for these cancer signs. Do you see them?
Yeah.
Do you see them more than 50% of the time, or is it like wildly random?
Specifically for what now? Like, are you trying to determine whether or not there's like an absolute?
Well, you're looking for
type of.
You just said you were looking for something that doesn't always show up.
Oh, right. Yeah. I would say most of the time it should show up, but there are factors that are unknown as to why sometimes these things get mutated or don't show up the way they are, and it's just, biology's crazy. It's so, you get the basics, and even the basics get fucked up not fucked up, like, things change. You're like, the textbooks, we got to update them because of this is a new thing. So, give me another $300 for a textbook. And just because of, like, one thing that changed over the year.
But is it more than 50%? Like, when you run an experiment, is it like do you only find what you're looking for 25% of the time, or do you find stuff more than that? Does that make sense, my question, or not?
Okay.
Is it because you're saying biology is pretty random because you can't really always predict it, but there has to be some prediction level if you're trying to do stuff.
Nick the Rat, it's cuckoo. Like, it really depends. It could even just be like, it could be based on my freaking mood. Like, some days I'm just like grumpy and I don't get anything. I don't find anything. And some days I hit it out of the ballpark. It's just like, fuck yeah, I found this thing. And I tell my PI and she's like, wow, that's great. Good job.
The ratio of success. Does that depend on how you're feeling, or does it depend on?
Sometimes it does, yeah. Depends on equipment. It depends on the weather, even. It depends on.
Wow.
I'm dead serious. Like, it really just like every little factor could fuck up your experiment. Like, one time it was super hot, and I was working with this a really hydrophilic material. Just means
wet?
I'm sorry, hydroponic, not hydrophilic. Hydroponic material just means it'll hydroscopic. Fuck me. See, I can't even get my things right. Anyway, it's a solid that attracts moisture out of the air, and it'll. Okay. If you leave it out for too long, it'll melt quickly. So you have to work quickly in order to use it. Hydroscopic. Yeah, that's the word. Anyway, because of the weather, it was hot, but it was also humid, and this shit melted too fast, and I couldn't get it done in time, and then I gave up, and I went for a beer.
Wait, are you? Yeah. Are you telling me the lab is not cooled, or there's no AC that keeps the temperature the same all the time?
The AC broke.
The story is from That's
I'm not lying right now.
I
It's
know
actually
you're
happened.
not. That's the funny part. You can't
Yeah.
perform
We're moving
experiments.
to a new lab at the beginning of the year. This lab, it's basically like a slum shithole lab. I blame it for many things. I blame it for many failures. Like somebody kicked a hole through the wall from the outside. I think I might have posted that on Twitter, where it's just this hole in the wall. It's still there. I've called the landlord like a gajillion times. They're like, "Oh, the pandemic though." It's like, oh, there's a hole in our wall. You take care of it.
There's got to be more than like even with biology. I'm sure like even gravity. Like, would you think that like a lab in outer space would be good? Like a 0G perfect temperature all the time laboratory would be better for.
Well, I wouldn't want like acids flying about. I mean, if there's a way to contain those, I use a lot of acid all the time.
Oh, you're talking about like okay. I thought you meant like LSD. I'm sorry.
I could. Maybe that would help my science. Maybe that would increase my success rate. Because like, there's a lot of really smart people that drop acid and they do well. I should consider that.
How do you feel about dolphins?
They don't do drug tests.
I think I remember that from last week.
How do I feel about what now?
Dolphins.
They're cool. I don't know why.
Have you ever swam with dolphins? I'd be scared to swim with a dolphin.
I heard they rape you.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
know.
I'll swim with dolphins.
I'm scared of horses because I think they'd bite me. And if you have any bit of fear, they'll sense it and they'll go for it. And I think a horse would bite me and or kick me, and I think a dolphin would definitely rape me.
Well, I will tell you, okay. So I was frightened of horses. I'm less so now, but I was like, I'm going to ride a horse. I went to Arizona with a friend of mine, and I rode a horse. And the horse that my friend was riding kept getting its face really close to my leg. And it was like, I was waiting for it to bite me. I'm like, this is going to bite me. I was scared the whole time that it was going to bite me. Yeah. And then like it was ahead of me, and I calmed down. I'm like, cool. And then we stood next to each other, and that horse's head was right next to my leg again. It gave me a lot of anxiety.
And he smelled the anxiety on your leg, and he was like, I'm going to have a leg sandwich tonight.
I was trying to play it cool. I was doing my best. The horse is like, okay, I give it to you. You're trying. Maybe A for effort from the horse.
Does placebo work in biology?
It tends to. I don't know what it is, but I guess that kind of goes back to that mind over matter thing. There are people who, even Mo Facts, I don't know if you heard that one episode where he was talking about how a guy was diagnosed with cancer and he died like a year later, and it turned out that he actually didn't have cancer, but his body reacted as if he did have cancer. So that being said, a placebo where you go the opposite and think that you're going to get better because of something, it has, it does change your chemical makeup. Emotions do alter
stress,
your chemistry and stuff. So it could be, I don't know. Was that too long of an answer?
No, it's not. There's also there's women that think they get pregnant and they get all the signs of pregnancy, but then they're not. Like they get like the big stomach and stuff. They might have just had a burrito too many, but like phantom, it's like phantom limbs. It's like phantom pregnancy, phantom cancer. Like phantom is a.
I don't know.
Is there a science about phantoms? Fantasism.
Fantasy, like as far as like
placebo. There's a. I think I was talking about placebo effect last week as well. I don't know if I mentioned this, but it's. The placebo effect, it's kind of annoying because people, when they add the placebo effect into a study, it's usually they have a doctor that treats you like he's a piece of shit. Like, I'm just gonna, age, okay, bye. And then for the middle placebo effect, they'll be like, oh, we're gonna ask you more questions and care about you. And then for the complete placebo effect, they're gonna be like, oh, we love you. We love you. But people lie. And now if you have a car salesman who he might get you a great deal on a car, but he might be like a shithead. He might be like, fuck you, but here's a great deal. You might be like, well, he was a shitty dealer. But then there might be like a guy that's like, I love you, but here's a really shitty deal. And you get it from him. It's life. There's too many. When you involve humans into anything, there's way too many plugs in shit, garbage.
I agree. There are a lot of plugs and garbage.
That's why I like.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That's why I like physics.
I think. Oh, please continue.
Physics has like one answer only most of the time, like with gravity. And then you
Newtonian physics, maybe.
Yes, Newtonian, not quantum. Quantum. That's why I get a little iffy on there.
Yeah.
But
Newtonian. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know it's interesting because you talked about the phantom thing where people are. I feel like that's kind of evolved. A lot of psychology has actually evolved into neurology. We've got more, not we, they, the fancy brain doctors, they've got more technology now that can monitor brain activity based on everything. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm willing to bet that say, you're talking about the amputee phantom arm.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet if, you were to put them under a brain scanner, whatever part of the brain it is that lights up in order for you to move your muscle, if they were to stay still and think about moving their arm or try to move their arm, that would light up. That's just my thought. It's just because your neurons are used to a certain pattern, and then you take it out, they're still doing that. They're still firing it.
What if you were born without the arm? Would your neurons never shot off that way? I'm sure there's studies about this. We can make this study and make millions of dollars right now. Were you never having an arm? Okay, let's look at your brain and compare it to a person that had an arm and see if the neurons in that area fire off. But then again, it's still, it's not like a law. It's not like if I drop it, it goes at 9.7 meters per second in one direction, Newtonian physics. It's kind of like, well, our best guess and what I wrote this story about, it's like a small batch science.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even evolution, people, they're getting close, and, the theory of evolution all makes sense, to a certain extent, and then they run into something, they're like, what the fuck? And then they have to scratch their heads and mumble to each other for a while afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
What got you into science?
I'm a hands-on person. I figured out early on that I'm not. I don't like to sit down for very long, and I like challenge. I like people to. I don't like doing one thing. I don't like being told to do something. Except for, hey, we're trying to figure this out. Figure it out. And then I have the freedom to figure it out the way I'd like to figure it out.
Okay.
It's kind of why I did badly. I didn't do terrible in school, but I did not like school because everything was so do this in this way, and you must find this and this, and da. It's boring.
I'm looking for more of a general, but did you read a book about there's people in space, and I like this book, and now I want to know more about science?
Oh, I don't know. I liked science museums when I was a kid.
Do you remember your first science museum?
Yeah. Actually, I went to the Lawrence Hall of Science when I was a kid, and that's in Berkeley.
Ooh, Berkeley.
And there was a dinosaur exhibit, and that was the coolest fucking thing in the entire planet.
You were like, dinosaurs.
And then,
fuck yeah.
Yeah. I still love going to science museums. I made fun of for this.
Why? I like science museums too. I went to, what sucks about science museums? They're
all for kids now. Sorry.
Exactly. Every fucking science museum is like, oh, kids, come on in and check out this. Like, you could look at mirrors and play with this thing that's mostly broken. Why not have science museums for adults with like really fucking crazy cool experiments?
And here's the thing, I'm willing to bet like 80% of the kids do not give a fuck. They're like, I want to go outside and ride my bike. I want to go get ice cream. I don't care about this thing. What is this thing? I don't care.
Well, I don't care. They might care, like, ooh, bubbles or ooh, lights or mirrors, but they don't really. Just fucking make a science museum for adults, for crying out fucking loud.
I agree with you.
That would be fucking amazing.
And you know what? Serve cocktails.
And have people talk, like make it like a little club, like a little fucking science club, like, oh, have some drinks and let's learn something.
Dude, okay, Nick the Rat, listen to me. When this pandemic bullshit's over, you and me, we're opening up an adult science museum. That's right. And we'll have strippers at some, like, hey, it's Stripper Tuesday. Come in, and our theme for today is molecular nanoparticles and the usage of cancer treatment. And here comes Stacy. Yes.
Instead of a chalkboard, we could draw on naked people, on like dudes and chicks. Like, let's.
That would make science super rad. I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be boring. Science. Oh my God, they have the most boring names for everything. Like the most metal cellular pathway.
Yeah.
The most metal one that triggers cell death. It's called P53. Like, really? P53? It's literally death, and you call it P53.
Why do they call it that? Do you know why?
I don't know. I don't know where it comes
from. It might have a good reason.
I think it literally just means pathway 53, and it was like the 53rd pathway that they found. And they're like, oh, that's the 53rd one. Yes. Oh, this is cell death. P53. Yes.
The tumor protein.
That's
it's a gene that codes for a protein that regulates the cell cycle. Hence, do you think death makes us human, or do you think even if we could get past death, do you think that would make us less human?
I think the knowledge of death makes us human. Obviously, we don't experience death.
Oh yeah,
or
true.
Not, obviously,
because once you die, you're gone. You know.
I mean, really, there is no death. You just know of it. But if you're continually in the present, there is no death in the present. It's only something that's anticipated.
Be overpopulation and stuff.
Overpopulation. It's okay. The population's going down.
Well, yeah, because nobody's having.
Not as many people.
Also, imagine if there was no death, there'd be fucking senators and Congress people for hundreds of years. Shoot me in the face.
That's really sad. I don't want to think of that.
There'd also be artists that could live forever. Like, there'd be Salvador Dali still pumping out art.
I hope so. But artists are all starving to death.
But they won't die without the P53 issue.
That is a P53 issue. Are you excited that you learned about that thing?
I am now. Actually, now I know what kills us. It's P53.
Well, it's cell death. So basically, if cancer kind of hijacks the P53 cell pathway, and that's why it can populate so quickly, because that cell, it's supposed to, it wants to, your cells want to die, so that the cellular debris can be recycled and reused by your body and blah blah blah. But yeah, if P53 doesn't function, that's when you get your cancer, and that's sad. It's actually a pretty important pathway.
Isn't cancer sort of like eternal life? Like, it's just like cells growing nonstop, but then that kind of just fucks up everything else because they're. It's like, oh man.
I mean, it's mostly because they hijack. They make your body prioritize it over everything else. So, as it's growing, it's usurping essential nutrients. Well, it's a whole big thing. I'll go into it.
Bunch of
basically
assholes.
It'll hijack. That's what metastasis is all about. It's basically just it's reached a point where it actually spreads throughout your body, and your body's not going to fight it anymore, and it's taking up all of your resources, and it really sucks. I don't go into much more into it. This is depressing. Hey, what about those nanomachines, though?
We're gonna have the nano machines that could go into the body and eat the fucking cancerous cells.
Yeah, evidently. So I was looking at a couple of articles about that when you mentioned that, and I guess basically it's like I don't know if you've heard of targeted gene therapy, but it's essentially the method of finding the actual specific gene that has the mutation for whatever it is, whatever cancer it is. And I guess I'm not 100% sure, but I think these little guys come in and actually in real time destroy the nucleotides that are responsible for it. I'm not sure. It's like CRISPR, but not. It's really not like CRISPR at all, actually.
It's also still like a shot in the dark too, because we don't. It's a bunch of theories. We're not doing this because if we were doing it, then we would have done it.
Well, not necessarily. You have no idea how. Like with our medical device. Oh yeah, we were approved by the FDA to. Oh no, I just knocked something over. We were approved by the FDA to treat COVID compassionate. I told you this. Yeah, and they're dragging their feet. There's one person that we want to treat, and it's just we can't do anything on our end anymore. Now it's just all the lawyers and the bureaucracy like fighting over whether or not. So if we do this, we're not going to get sued. So if we do this, we're not going to get sued. And if we do this, we're not going to get sued. And we need your signature here, 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 here. And meanwhile, this lady's like suffering. We could just like given her the cartridge and seen if it worked, but no. We got the lawyers. So I mean, that's
are you
part of it.
able to talk about this, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, because I have questions. Can I ask you a question about this?
Okay. There might be some things I can't answer, but please.
That's why, because you actually brought up a lot of points that. So you're doing human trials on something.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, that's published. Like, okay, yeah, we're doing. So we were approved to start treating COVID patients in I think it's 20 different hospitals for 40 patients. So
did they sign up for this, or is there, or how did they get into the trial?
So basically, there's this network of physicians that are aware of us and our existence.
Okay.
And they talk to our CEO, who is also a physician. So there's they have this whole like, it's a network. So basically, if they feel like it would be appropriate to treat a patient with COVID, they would reach out to the CEO and say, "Hey, you heard about your thingy?" Like, okay. So they would consult with the patient and the patient's family. Once they give their consent, the lawyers swoop in and, lawyer. I don't know how that process works. I'm not involved with that. But they lawyer. And then, essentially we, all I do on my end really is take the used cartridge and do tests on it. That's it. I test for the viral pathogens and stuff. So to see if we'd captured it.
Are these people that are signing up for this treatment? Are they older, or they're younger, or do you know their age? Do you know anything about these people?
No.
You just know that there's a person.
Not prior to treatment. After treatment, I mean, there will be a description, but we don't know anything about. We don't know their name. There are certain parameters that they need to fit within to receive treatment. They can't have certain other types of diseases. They can't, they can't also be getting treated for another type of virus simultaneously. There's a few things that stop them, but otherwise, I mean, this one's pretty non-restrictive because it's not a drug that directly interacts with your body. So,
can you run the experiment, like just Hold on one second.
Okay.
Can you run the experiment
Yeah,
just
okay.
like on their blood without having it enter? Can you test without testing inside of the person? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's basically the majority of my job. We do that already. Not the actual virus, but like, well, it wouldn't be the live virus, shall I say, because that requires, entire bunny suits and face shields and stuff, and we're not set up for that. But the inactivated version, or the inactivated virus, basically, that doesn't, it's not going to come out and jump on me and take away my lungs.
no.
But we can isolate the spike proteins that the virus is used. That's how they get into your lungs. It's the spike protein is what binds to the ACE2 in your lungs that initiates the mechanism of action for the pathogen to get in there and kill you. So yeah, I mean, I can spike. I use human blood. I use bovine blood.
wait,
Serum,
bovine
separate to
cows?
serum.
Cows have COVID too?
Well, not okay. So basically, I'm just spiking bovine blood with the spike protein of COVID-19 to run through the cartridge to see if it binds. So this is like, and then we can evolve from there and go to human blood. It's a whole process.
How close is bovine and human blood?
Well, the thing is, it's not species. In the experiments that I'm running, it's not really species dependent. I'm really not sure actually if SARS-CoV-2 can actually infect cows. I would doubt it. But that being said, the experiments are not dependent on the species or anything like that. It's basically just mechanical. It's the proof of concept. Like, is it mechanically removing these things from the serum? Like, serum is really not much different from animal to animal. Like, it's just, it's serum. So
I don't know what word to use other than this, but I hate to use this word. Do you ever feel like, I'm going to say the word just because I can't think of one. Do you ever feel like you're a witch?
Well, you cut out right when you said that word. What?
I didn't. I said a witch, like a magician.
A witch.
Like
a
you're
magician.
just
No,
mixing
absolutely
stuff
not.
together.
No,
Oh, man.
not at all. I feel like an idiot most of the time.
Okay.
I'm like, why did I do this? Why is it doing this? And I look around at my colleagues. I'm like, I don't know. Why is it doing this? And then my really smart friend goes, oh, actually, it's this, this, and this, and this. And she runs back upstairs and writes more papers.
Your really smart friend might be lying just to write papers, but possibly. Who knows? I don't know. And apparently, a lot of people don't. There's a lot of but I'm sure experiments that you run that sometimes you don't know why that outcome is coming. Somebody could see it and know why that's happening. It's crazy.
There's one experiment that I've been working on for a very long time, and nobody can get it. Everyone's like, oh, Nadia, you little goofball. Here, let me try it.
Yeah.
And they're like, what the fuck is this? How are we supposed to figure this shit out? And I'm
they're getting the same results.
Right? Yeah, everybody's like banging their head against the wall over this one thing.
It's the Nadia conundrum.
Yes. It is the Nadia conundrum. They're like, God damn it, Nadia. Actually, not my fault. My PI told me to do this. I have no idea how.
Are you ever going to work with nanotechnology at your job? Do they
It's
have?
possible. I mean, I do deal with nanoparticles.
So you get ketchup off of clothing? Like, what did nanoparticles do these days other than make things more lubricated, I guess? Is it?
It depends on the application. I'm not an expert in that. I'm just an expert in these particular nanovesicles, viral and exosomes. That's all I do. That's my whole life. That's my bread and butter.
My bread and butter. That's awesome.
Viruses. Virus butter. All right.
That's kind
Well,
of
I guess.
gross. That is a little gross. Virus
I've taken
body.
up a lot of your time. I feel kind of bad, actually. I'm just kind of blabbing.
Oh no, it's been incredible. Thank you
I'm glad you like it.
Thank you so much for answering all my questions without throwing glitter at me.
Oh, no problem. It's just you are very far away. So.
You've been throwing it at your phone. Caller, can I ask you one more question?
Of course.
This one's very personal now.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. If you could put nanomachines into your body to reach euphoria, would you want to do that?
I want to do it the hard way. It's more.
Oh, we're gonna hang up on that person. We like everything on Nick the Rat Radio is all about the easy way. We're about the easy way on Nick the Rat Radio. Let's continue on in our search for answers with our voicemails 917-719-5923.
To continue, one of them was this gigantic, I shit you not, it is an actual rectangle. And the outline, and I mean, it is fucking enormous. Now, I don't really know measurement of between me and where the distance between myself, my body, and the actual clouds in the sky. That would be, I'm sure, thousands of feet. But this thing took up an enormous part of the sky, and it was shaped like a gigantic rectangle. I am serious, and I mean sharp edges. How is that possible? Now, the edges of this rectangle were thick. The frame of the rectangle that is, you know, a cloud, if that's what you want to call it, but it's using cloud and to form. I mean, it's the formation. It looks like, you know, cloud material. You know what I mean?
Fluffy.
Right now, all the meteorological terminology escapes me because I am confounded. But the frame of the rectangle in the sky it was very thick.
Ooh.
And
I like where this is going.
The inside of the rectangle is thin layers. So it's lighter in color. It's lighter in density. So I go to get my phone because that's my main camera, like so many people.
Yeah.
It's the easiest access camera I have that's always on. Almost always on. Anyway, within 3 minutes, it had morphed into a greatly thinner, smaller rectangle in the sky and had moved direction in the sky. Now, also, to the south of this cloud in the sky was another cloud that looked very much, it was shaped like a dolphin. It had fins, and I mean, it's creepy. But before I could get a picture of all this, they changed shape enough to where they didn't look the same shapes.
Well, did I hit a button that? Hold on. Does E stop that?
How do we think?
Whoa, E flips through things. Holy shit. Okay, so the letter E. Fucking A. Where was I? What is?
Hello, my little furry rodent friend.
Oh no.
I was sitting here watching a pretty big.
Oh, fucking A. The fucking letter E did something. It is flipping down through voicemails. I could find that. There we go. Bob. I want to know what happened with the shape changing. This is not cool. Where the gonna get back there. We're gonna find this. We're gonna find this hole. Hold on one second.
Hey, Nick, it's getting late, bud. Everybody's still hungover from the atomgasm from last week.
All right,
and
so that's
why.
that. That's that. That's that. That's that. What's this one? Whoa.
Hey, what's up? It's Rick from Baltimore. Yeah, you really want to know me. Anyway, a few weeks ago, a podcaster whose first name is like a lion and his last name...
Hello. Hello, Nick.
I fucked all
This
these
is Lavish.
voicemails up. No.
Just following up on that caller that called about his experience with the aliens. Just wanted to say my experience. I was driving in the 5 and I saw light. A fucking spaceship that was... I don't know if it was a spaceship. It was just a light in the dark. But it was whipping around like a laser pointer. You know, in the sky. It was moving so fast.
I think we heard this
And I
already.
imagine when I hear a lot of people's experiences, like this guy's experience kind of had that, and a lot of experiences have that. I think that's just like a common.
Let's go to some music. We'll be right back with DJ Lazy Eye. You so precious.
Anyway, just thought I'd get your thoughts on it. Also, while I'm here, get your thoughts on the Black Knight satellite. All right, have a good one. Great interview with Adam, by the way. Top tier. Have a good one.
You are a very hard-working man or woman, and you deserve to have your head crushed by my wonderful legs. Oh my god, this is so hard work to do this. Oh my god. I love you. Oh yes, it feels so good to breathe again. I was in this box for many days. My name is Anastasia, your wife soon. It's nice to have meeting with you. You're my husband, yeah?
Tonight's product is...
Patismo. Oh, thank you. I know I'm beautiful. You don't know what Moldova was until you saw me online? Are you serious?
What? Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Nick the Rat Radio, where we're very serious about nano machines in the body taking over. They might already be here. There might be... Okay, do you know how the government has technology that's beyond what we already have? We might have technology on this planet. All right, I don't want to say this. I might sound a little crazy. There might be like cyborgs here already. Nanobot-controlled people. They might not even know that they're being controlled. There might be like a mass takeover of people on this planet already. Maybe I'm one of them. See, I don't want to sound too crazy, so I'm gonna put me into the pot. I'm gonna put me into the pot and stir it. I might be a figment of the government's imagination. I just puked a little bit. Kind of gross. But how would you know? It's just like what our last caller was saying. Biology and chemistry, it's not as exact as physics. Like our physics is barely nailed down, and physics is the most exact science we have. And then there's these other sciences that revolve around it, where we're just fucking guessing. I might not even be me. There might be more than just fluoride in the water. There might be nanotechnology in the water that's swimming through our veins. But judging by what our current technology tells us, it's just getting ketchup off my shirt, or jizz and semen, or off of me, or nanotechnology might be giving us cancer too, because isn't that spray you put on your shoes like to keep your shoes clean? What's that called? Like Sticky Bright? I forget the name of that stuff that you spray on like fabric to make it last longer. I think it gives you cancer. The sun gives you most cancer? Well, you know, it's true. The sun is the most powerful radiation device that we know of. I wouldn't run around in the sun for too long. It'll kill you. You'll definitely shrivel up like a raisin and die. Everything in small amounts is always good. We should listen to maybe Zindu. Zindu will get us through this. Let's listen to Zindu.
Hey everybody, this is Zindu, and I'm doing some reporting for the Dark Sewer News Network again. Just want to say that everybody that works there is not racist, and they're not sexually assaulting me in any way. And they're not. What are they called when you're evil against religious people? They're not child molesters or pedophiles. They're not animal abusers. They're great people. All of them, every single one is a great person that works there, and I just want to say thank you for taking me back, even though I gave hand jobs to homeless people for about 2 weeks straight, and boy, it was a great time until that one guy. You know, I got claws, a couple of claws here, and one guy got snipped, and I just want to say I'm sorry to that person. And if they come looking for me, I'll kill your whole family. Anyway, so this is Zindu here. And I'm going to do a little reporting on that Twitter hack that happened. Apparently, they caught the mastermind. He was 17. He was in Florida. Oh, he's a little kid, too. He's a little, what's his name here? It's so hard to find information when you have it right in front of you. Graham Clark. There's his name. 17, Graham Clark. Photo of him looks like he's the Joker or something. She's like... He's got his ominous look in his face and all that shit. Tampa Bay Times came out recently saying that he was part of a home invasion thing where some kid got shot and killed too, but he wasn't arrested for it because he was just like there or something. He's not a suspect, or I don't know why they're releasing all this other information about him. I guess it's time to do the hit piece. He said he got $117,000 in Bitcoin in like a 3-hour span by hacking major prominent people like Elon Musk and fucking, you know, Apple and Nick the Rat's Twitter account asking for money, and they caught him, but they never he said he's not guilty. So it's kind of weird because A, how did this kid get access to all these accounts, and B, how did the FBI catch him? I wish that there needs to be more information. I don't think we're ever going to find information on this. I'm going to keep my eye on this report though, because I would love to know how he got his hands that deep into Twitter's fucking pocket. And I want to know how the FBI got their hands deep into his pocket. It's like a lot of pocket passing going on here. And I want to know the whole story, because it sounds like maybe I could get rich quick too if I had the know-hows of these people. The Tampa teen who was 17 who did this, who was the mastermind, also had help from some guy in the UK and some other party. There's like 3 people involved, I think. I don't know what's going on with them. They only have the pictures of this one kid because he's fucking goofy looking. And yeah, I don't know. Well, if he is really not guilty, I feel bad for him. He seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time all the time, especially when they took this photo of him. He was definitely in the wrong place because he looks like a fucking ass clown. Anyway, I hope we get more information on this hack and the updated story about this kid, and we'll see what happens. Anyway, this has been Zindu giving you, I guess, the news. I don't know. Was that really news? Fuck it. Yeah, it was news. Anyway, I'll be back later with some more My Guess news. Bye. Haha, yes. I got my job back, baby. Yes!
I'm not going to be able to get to the last voicemail, but this might...
Hey, all right. So number 3, lucky number 3, right? Who knows? I don't know. I just know that it's hard for me to describe all this to you and rush through the time that I'm given. I'm sorry, but
don't be sorry.
I really wanted to share this with you. Just you. Fuck everyone else. I wish that you could see it for yourself to know what it feels like to be looking at these shapes in the sky of clouds that look like they're greatly diminished. They don't look anything like the clouds that you and I, that we all grew up looking at in the sky. Nothing. It looks like it was very lightly painted in the sky, except for the frame of that rectangle, and then the one that looked like a dolphin. I mean, there's just no way. How can people deny what's going on, and how do we really even know? It's all speculation, really. Some of it is intel. But the point is it's definitely abnormal, or nod to art, Abby normal. It's very Abby fucking normal. That can be a beautiful thing, but that's not what I feel. That's not what I sense. I don't sense that this is divine intervention or interstellar
Okay, I could piece this together.
intervention of a benevolent nature. I don't know what it is. I just know it's really fucked up. And I think we're responsible, largely. Let me know what you think. I know that you couldn't see it, and my description isn't that fantastic, but...
And I cut half of the phone call off.
It's real, and I'm not hallucinating it. Do you have any thoughts on this?
All right, let's see
Feel
here.
free to share with me. Take care, Nick. Thanks. Bye.
You're seeing geometric shapes in the sky, which doesn't happen naturally. Because that's not a natural occurrence. You don't just see a fucking... If I gathered this information correctly over these last few phone calls, and I accidentally hit E, which might have ended that last one, but it was a triangle cloud shape There's no way there's fucking triangle clouds in the sky. That's. I've only seen like fluffy, rounded clouds. What could that could be? That might be military. Because what I saw a stealth bomber fly over Brooklyn on 4th of July, and I knew what it was. I was like, that's a stealth bomber, but it still blew my mind. I never, because you don't see giant black triangles flying over the sky. Now, you saw a giant cloud, fluffy shape flying over in the sky. It might have been like a stealth bomber that had new technology that could add cloud to it. It could have been a lot of stuff. Giant rectangle with blatantly framed edges and corners. Rectangle, triangle. We get my geometric shapes fucked up. But either way, geometric shapes do not really exist in nature. Nature has a very fluffy spiral shape to it. It doesn't have a very mechanical, edgy form. Like if you ever see like something in nature that has edges, you could usually say, "Oh, that was influenced by mankind." I think man just likes being edgy. Maybe there was some invisible crafts. Instead of having one square thing in the middle or rectangular shaped thing in the middle, maybe it was square or flat shaped edges around the thing in the middle. You need to take. You should have whipped your phone out and pointed your phone at the sky and called me at 917-719-5923. Kind of like this person's doing right now. Hello, caller. Whoa.
All right.
Oh, we got I caller.
Hey.
Hi.
You picked up.
I know. I okay. So I have my ringer off, but I should still be hearing it.
I was finna blow you up.
Oh, there's the ringer. Okay, I have my ringer back on. You were gonna blow me? Thank you, caller.
Well, yeah, sure, why not? Hey, I'm skilled in other things. Why can't I be skilled in that?
Hey, it's 2020, baby.
Oh, it is. This is the year of good sight.
Do you think you'd have better sight if you had nano machines going through your eyes?
It's possible. I wouldn't trust them though.
I wouldn't either. Actually, fuck them, man. I don't want robots.
I would have to know everything about the construction, and more importantly, who funded the construction of them and the research. But because if at any point someone that has had an operation or has nanobots in their system became politically active in a manner that displeased whoever funded them, it wouldn't take anything for all those nanobots to amass in one certain spot, the brain, any artery leading to the brain, the heart, anything like that. And once they come to political prominence, they have a stroke.
Now you're hitting the bioterrorism, the mecho bioterrorism sector we're talking about now. This is getting crazy now.
I wouldn't say it's terrorism, more political control.
Oh, you're just talking about like voting. Okay, I guess it's
well, not really, but say someone became the voice of the generation, a real good one. And it went against, I guess, hang on, I'm peeing in a bottle. It went against whatever.
Wide mouth.
Oh, yeah, Steel Reserve, so, but it went against the wishes of whoever funded all this. These robots are programmed. They have to be, obviously, because they're not living yet. So, okay, hang on.
I'm hanging on. I'm hanging on to every word you're saying. These robots. Do you think the AI will ever turn on? And also, if there's, they could be hacked. You might get these robots put into you, and they might not die. And then somebody from, there might be a Republican that has a button, and he could hit a button and then turn them back on, and who knows what they could do with your body? They could make your eyes see red or blue or whatever they want.
They could. They could even attach themselves to the electrical nodes that control your muscles, and even when you're screaming, "I'm not doing this," make you do horrible things to whomever they wish.
So I know that there's groups in the government that do not like masturbation. Now, they might detect when you're touching your junk, right? You might be all up in there, like, and you're grabbing your junk, and you have these nanobots in you that might have been in your eyes, but now they're in your genitalia or in your hand.
You tear it off, yeah.
And they might make you tear it off like you're a goddamn gorilla. You just roar, and then. Oh my God! I'm not. No robots in me. Thank you.
No, me neither. I mean, if I'm going to die from cancer or anything like that, it is the natural way. It's with the Great Spirit. I will meet the Great Spirit soon after then, and who knows? Life is only the beginning, as far as I can tell. Hey, no one's come back from death, right, to tell us any better.
That's true. It's as some caller said, we don't know what death is because we can't experience it. It's only a thought. Also, maybe there's vampires out there. There's like vampire scientists.
That is possible.
And they're just
I think a lot of
lying to
people
us.
are vampiric in certain ways.
Oh yeah. And you can't trust these people. And if they're shooting you up full of stuff, think about it. I could shoot you up and say, I'm putting something that's going to save your life into you. And I could just be like stealing your soul straight out of your tubes. I could be sucking the life out of your tubes.
Very possible. Or reading your thoughts. Which is another form of vampirism.
Sucking your brain off. I'm giving you brain.
Yep, sucking your brain off.
Not funny, caller. Where's my hang up button?
Wait, no. Wait. Hang on.
You're lucky I
Don't
can't
do it yet.
find it right now.
I have something else for you. It doesn't have to do with nanobots, but it is another tale from the river. Ooh. Yes.
Give it on.
Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, this came from an old captain. I spend a lot of time in the wheelhouse talking to these old folks as they have seen all kinds of stuff. And, okay, I'll set this up like this. The way the radar system works in the wheelhouse, it doesn't pick up steel, it doesn't pick up concrete, it doesn't pick up rocks or dirt or anything like that. Otherwise, they wouldn't run hard aground. These are river boats, by the way. They wouldn't run hard aground with their toes if they did. So it only picks up, and my brother would kick me for this, but organic matter, living matter. It only picks that up for some reason. I do not know why. I do not know how. But this captain was telling me that they were tooling along, going down the Mississippi River,
right,
and with a full tow, it's a lot of weight, millions of tons, not including the barges themselves or the boat. So they're moving down the river, and out of nowhere, this green blob appears right in front, on his radar, right in front of the tow. So the captain, he puts it in neutral, waits for a few seconds, not the full 14 it takes for the wheels to stop. Well, the wheels are the propellers. That's the industry term for propeller. It takes them 14 full seconds to stop so you can put them, in reverse. Or, the way they say it, a stern. There's quarter stern, half a stern, full of stern. And that's what you do when you're trying to stop real quick. So he waits for them to stop somewhat because he doesn't know what it is. It could be a pleasure craft. He doesn't know. So he puts them. I can't remember what he said. It was either quarter or half a stern. To stop the tow because he thought he may have run over somebody.
All right.
Well, the thing is, the blob disappears off the radar. It's gone. So he's got and the spotlights that these boats use are incredibly powerful. I've got shine in the face with them once, and I saw all colors of the spectrum. It was pretty trippy if it didn't hurt so bad. So
protect yourself, caller. You need to. I think the Dark Sewer Network has these glasses that block most. It's basically like brick you put on your face. You might want to look into that.
I could use them because when these things hit you, they are the brightest things I've ever seen. They're brighter than spotlights. You see them in the cities, right? Spotlights hitting the clouds and dancing back and forth. They're a lot brighter than that.
Yeah.
Anyway, he puts it to half or quarter astern, trying to slow down because he thought he just ran over somebody. He's got his spotlights out toward the head of tow. He sees something humanoid jump up on the port side, which is the left side, walk across the head of the tow, which is the very front of the tow, and then dive back into the river. And this is the Mississippi River. This is a big river, and I want to say he said it was down south somewhere, so this is where the river gets the widest. At the confluence of the Ohio and the Mississippi River, once you get past that going north, it's smaller, quite a bit smaller. But down south, there are just millions and millions of gallons of water passing one specific point all the time. It's a very dangerous river. Nobody's going to be swimming in it. Nobody's going to be... If somebody got ran over in their boat, they wouldn't jump onto it and then jump off of it. It's suicide. So, he sends his first mate out to see what the fuck is going on. The first mate gets out to the head of the tow, doesn't see anything except for footprints. Humanoid, but elongated footprints. And that's the last they ever saw of whatever the hell it was. The blob disappeared, the thing crawled up on the port side, walked across the head of tow, and dove back into the river.
My God.
Fucking creepy.
All right. How do you know about this?
I talked to the captain. I go up to the wheelhouse, periodically. Everybody calls me a bitch for doing it, but I like to talk to these old guys.
Yeah.
First of all, I figure they're lonely, and second of all, there's all kinds of stuff to learn from them, and third of all, I can watch them steer.
So the captain lived. He experienced.
Oh yeah, everybody lived. It was just something hopped up, walked across tow, and then dove back in the river. Everyone lived. There wasn't a boat. There wasn't any debris. There wasn't anything. There was just this creature, whatever the fuck it was, just walked across tow and jumped back in. I have no clue what it was. And the only thing that the first mate found were big, wet footprints that were longer than a human foot.
And you know the captain. How did you meet the captain?
I was riding with him.
Ooh.
I'm part of the deck crew. I'm what you would call a deckhand. So when we pick up barges, drop off barges, yada yada yada, I'm the one out there yanking cables and tightening ratchets to put it all together.
I know all about putting the deck on the hand and yanking cables. So the captain lived through this, and was he still has a boat? I would have quit. I would have been gone. I would not be out there.
Well, these old guys, this one was an old one. He was about 76 when I talked to him. Still spry as all hell, and I would imagine tough as nails. He's one of the old captains. You might not find too many of those anymore out there because they're dying off, really. And some of them, the industry has changed to such a degree that safety is such a big priority that they can't captain the way they used to. They just quit.
Do you know where this happened? Or do you feel comfortable disclosing this location?
Oh, of the incident?
Yeah. Because seriously, we could probably get like camera crews down there, maybe Channel 9 on your side or something. We could go check this out.
It's hard to. If I could, I would, because I've talked to you before, and I disclosed locations specifically. But this time, I can't do that. I don't know where it was.
I never ratted you out.
Vague.
I've never ratted you out. I am I'm not a rat. I am a rat. I'm not a rat. I am the caller. If you ever got investigated before, I'm sorry. It might have been not. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh fuck. Fuck.
I've never been abducted by people in black vans and injected with truth serum and then not remembered anything. No, I've never. That has not happened to date.
Caller, I'm sorry, but we have a trace on your line right now, and we're fine. Where
am I?
If I say it right now, you're gonna hang up though.
Come on, I would not. I would never.
In about 5 seconds, we're gonna have the trace complete though. Like I see 5, 4.
It ends with NC.
2. Damn, we're never gonna find this person. Damn, we almost had him. We could have found out exactly where he was, where this wet monster with the big feet was. We could have had so much information and data.
I bet I know where he is.
Really? Where?
He's probably off a street called Elm down in Natchitoches, Louisiana.
We got him. Yeehaw. I'm gonna make a call. Wait, this is for the air conditioner. This is not a phone. I'm so happy I got this working again. It's
what, your AC or your phone?
No, you. I got you back here because it's been so lonely. Sometimes you're sitting here and you feel just so alone sometimes in the sewer.
It was the nanobots. It's all their fault. It's always been their fault. You can't blame yourself for this.
Didn't you just go somewhere? Did you go somewhere recently?
No, that was Rye. He left me at home because I had to work.
Oh, really? That stinker.
Yeah, and he came home looking more burnt than a lobster.
Give him that aloe rub down. Oh, we got a phone call coming through. Hello, caller. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I am a little scared, a little worried, but I'm pretty good. How are you?
I can't complain. It's a little chilly out tonight, but there's a full moon.
There's a full moon right now?
Well, I don't know if tonight's the full moon or if it was last night, but it's bright.
Well, if you're like a day or two before or after, it's still all the same.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I keep hearing voices.
In your head or on the phone?
On the phone. Have you traveled down the graphene?
No, we haven't talked about graphene yet. Now, graphene is very important in nanotechnology. It lets you draw on paper.
Well, yeah, to a degree, but I mean, there's graphene that is a actual substance that they make, and it's considered like a semi-metal, I think. And you can put electrical current to it. And
it conducts electricity. So if you took a pencil, because pencil's not made of lead anymore, it has graphene in it. And if you were to...
It's graphite.
Graphite. But graphene is graphite, isn't it? It's like a thin layer graphite.
No. Graphene is like an atomically weaved.
It's different.
Like patch of material that they can put it's built of nanotubes of carbon or of graphite, excuse me. And then they can put like a current to it and make it contract in ways that they can control. They keep saying that there's a special on Nova about it, which PDF, whatever that's worth, but where they show how the graphene can react, but of course they show you like a little piece of it, and they're like, yeah, this piece right here costs like $500,000 to make. But they said that the technology keeps growing, they'll be able to make like possibly make like a prosthetic limb that would be able to react from the signals from the brain.
Whoa. Is that can you like stab your so if you lose your arm in the war and you take a mechanical pencil and you just jab yourself, will you grow an arm or something?
No.
Oh.
No.
Damn.
But graphite itself can carry an electrical current. It is a conductive material.
Ooh. Well, now I'm getting some ideas in my head. The electric pencil.
But yeah, it's built up of nanotubes that they can. They say it has an unusual electrical current or conductivity to it. So, but the weird thing with the Nova special was at one point they were like, and it could be used to develop different military technologies. I was like, ooh.
Well, actually, that's a great question. What do you think we could use? What kind of military weaponry do you think we can make with nanotechnology? Like, what's the most deadly thing you could think of?
I mean, make a suit for some, like the soldiers.
Oh, like a super suit? That's not deadly, though. That's protective. I'm talking about Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, out in the combat field, it'd be probably pretty deadly.
Well, okay, yeah, but... whoa, I hear... Sir, can you turn down your radio, for one? But for two, in war, there's no laws in war. There's no... That's what I never understood about war. It's like, oh, you can't use biochemical... you can't use bad stuff in war, which makes no sense.
You're talking like the United Nations sanctions that they have on war, on how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, and who gives the United Nations these powers? Like Zeus?
I have no idea.
Like, what's that gas called that like destroys people? It's a fucking bad, like chlorine or
sarin gas.
Yeah, like sarin gas.
The sarin.
Like, what's stopping people from just wiping out civilizations of people with fucking has nanoparticle gas that can probably vaporize people and keep structures intact, which is better than a nanosuit.
Better than Beirut yesterday.
Oh man, did you see that explosion? That was crazy.
Yeah, big time.
Do you think that might have been
ammonium nitrate? That's crazy. I mean, that's just.
Well, I guess
what did they say? There was 2,700 tons of it there.
Yeah.
For 6 years.
Did you ever see the explosion in China? In 2014, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
That shit was crazy too.
Yeah, I remember seeing the videos of it.
What
was that from though? What caused that? I don't remember what caused it.
From my shit memory, it was like a lithium plant or something. It was like some type of chemical plant that just they didn't have it properly protected.
Wasn't there one in Texas, the lithium plant that exploded in Texas too?
Yeah, but Texas is pretty spread out. In China, they're tight.
Yeah, no, yeah. You're gonna burn down like major cities.
But they lied in the Chinese explosion. They were like, "Oh yeah, the explosion that was huge, like fucking 30 city blocks vaporized. Only about 20 people died." It was a decent explosion. Nobody got hurt.
Well, look at yesterday. They came out in Beirut and said that it was fireworks. I was like, I don't really recall getting many fireworks from Beirut ever.
Tianjin, China, in 2015.
Oh, okay.
Let me
I'm
look up
reading it right
Tianjin
now.
explosion. Let's
Oh,
see
I'm
if
with you.
Wikipedia lies to us. Tianjin explosion. Oh, that's the second search after you put in Tianjin. 2015 fireball explosion. Blah 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 blah. Storage
Sodium
station.
cyanide? Was that? I didn't know that sodium cyanide was that volatile.
Well, you know, if you put enough fire on anything.
Oh yeah, and plus if it's like atomized in the air too, that you can make anything blow up, like flour.
Oh yeah, flour is really. You ever put flour into somebody's vape?
No.
I don't even know if
That
that
would
would
end
work.
badly. The only thing I can think of that would be worse is cinnamon.
The cinnamon challenge. It's the 2020 cinnamon challenge.
Put it in a vape. See how long you can last.
Nah. Now I'm like totally trying to read this Wikipedia article, which doesn't make any sense.
You got to look into graphene though more too, because if you're going down the nanotechnology,
Is
wormhole,
graphene explosive? Graphene
probably.
explosive.
I would.
Biology. I'm getting graphic explosives. That's not really.
No,
one,
it's
that's,
spelled graphene. It's graphene.
Yeah, graphene. It's like the carbon. It's the 6. It's like a honeycomb.
Yeah. And then
It takes forever to make that shit too.
Control the contractions of
They get a whole bunch of people with pencils and they start like rubbing it to make like shading.
it over the top of a quarter.
Yeah, that's how you do it, right? That is how you do it.
Hey,
I've
look,
seen that.
It's Washington.
Just rub that shit down.
I'm submitting that. I'm submitting that for art.
It's gotta be red though. Oh, NetNed. I'm sorry. What NetNed did, that graphic NetNed found, it seems to be owned by nobody. So he could have claimed it as his own, but still. Oh man.
I could have.
Wait, you're NetNed?
I may be.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, caller.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
You don't have to apologize to me, dude.
Nobody called you out except me.
It doesn't matter. I don't care.
And you saw this on a
Nothing
garbage
but
can? I just finished listening to the Thursday show because I've been.
You know what? And here's the honest to God truth about this. I saw that on a garbage can that my sister had up on her computer when my mom and her were looking at her computer.
Yeah.
On like the weekend after Mother's Day, because we didn't have Mother's Day because my sister was up at her cabin up north on Mother's Day, so we had it the next week. And her and my mom were looking at something. My sister clicked on it, and instantly my mom was like, because my mom's like really conservative.
Yeah.
And she saw it as kind of like a bash of Trump. So when I said, "What is it?" and my sister said, "Oh, come look." So I went and looked at it. And I said, "Oh, save that graphic off and send it to me." And I had all the intentions of reproducing it on my own, but things got in the way that week because like last week was like one of the worst weeks I've had since this whole freaking coronavirus crap has broken out. So I had her save it off. Well, I just cleaned it up, took a little bit of the glare and tried to flatten it, and that's all I did. And then put the text on the top and the bottom. But
there's a lot of people.
I could have recreated that if I had Photoshop, and I just purchased it today. So I'm trying to go back to using tools that I know better.
Wait, you bought Photoshop?
Oh.
You're
Yeah. Yeah, I put an art up already. Go to No Agenda's art generator. I put one up.
I'll check it out,
messing
but
around first
you
time.
should use other stuff than Photoshop. Ugh.
Well, what did you use on your You said something on your tablet.
Well, there's a few programs that I use now, but I'm totally off of Adobe. Yay. Affinity. Affinity is a good program. Also, there's Clip Studio Paint for drawing, but if you want to do photo manipulation, anyway, if you were to manipulate that photo, it would take a long time anyway, because there's a lot of graphic design in the swerves and the text and all that to maintain that.
Oh yeah, but that's where like the tools inside of Photoshop. If you like once you place the text, and then there's a little T up top, and you can do all the like waves and flags.
Oh no,
and stuff like that and adjust it around.
I know how it works. I know how it works. But
you know what I'm talking about, though.
No, I do. Also, that graphic that you used, a lot of other people, when I sent you like, oh look, it's on a cup already. The people that used it for the cup, they're not the original people that made that shit either. So
I was positive it was on Etsy, and then when I called my sister, she's like, "No, that was Pinterest that we had up that day." And I'm like, "I don't have or want a freaking Pinterest account."
Oh no, yeah,
that's for the stupid graphic.
It was funny too because John and Adam couldn't find it
somewhere.
I don't see when John and Adam do they don't really do a lot of looking into back searching graphics, which is a little funny. I don't understand how they don't do it. But
you know what's odd though is I searched the heck out of it and I still couldn't find. I could find it. I think I found one of them that you had posted, but other than that, I didn't find any. Like I couldn't find like even that trash can that had it on it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. This trash can.
Some lady did it on Cricut or something on her Cricut machine and put it on a freaking trash can. And that's where I stole it off of. Which I'm admitting I stole the art.
No, it's most of the art that I do is like quote unquote stolen as well. I do collages. I
pretty much
put things on top of stuff.
Yeah, but honestly I didn't make it my own. I could have easily made that my own, and I didn't.
Indeed. But the funny part I thought was John was like, I couldn't find that shit at all. I want NetNet to send me the link to Etsy. It's like
I sent him like yesterday. I sent him the exact same thing that I just told you. Was like, I freaking saw it. My sister had it on her computer and she emailed it to me, and I don't even know where it is. And my sister's like, I'm not going and searching for this thing. So I'm like, oh my god. So I'm asking people around, like, do you have a Pinterest account by chance, or so you can search for this stupid image? But you're well within your rights to point out what you pointed out.
I'm just happy they didn't say that it was me pointing that out, because I didn't want to sound like
you're an artist.
I didn't want to be a Karen artist.
Yeah, but you're an artist at heart, aren't you?
So a little bit. I'm a little bit of an artist.
You still do painting or anything, or
I like watercolors now. I like acrylic. I never did oil.
Oh, okay. If I wasn't sitting in my garage, I'd send you pictures of those. My sister does a lot in acrylics on rocks.
Oh man, sometimes I do meth and do. Oh, you meant like on rocks? Never mind. Caller, can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
What are you wearing?
I'm gonna say that I love Nick the Rat.
That's not what you're wearing. That's a horrible answer over there. Let's listen to we got this here. More Feynman.
Question. Do you think there will ever be a machine that will think like human beings and be more intelligent than human beings?
First of all, they would think like human beings, I would say no. And I'll explain in a minute why I say no. And second, that they be more intelligent than human beings is a question. Intelligence is to be defined. If you would ask me, are they better chess players than any human being possibly can be? Yes, I get you, someday. Are they better chess players than most human beings right now? One of the things, by the way, that we always do is we want the darn machine to be better than anybody, not just better than us. If we find a machine that can play chess better than us, it doesn't impress us much. We keep saying, and what happens when it comes up against the masters? We imagine that we, human beings, are equivalent to the masters in everything, right? The machine has to be better than a person in everything that the best person does at the best level, okay? But it's hard on the machine. But with regard to the question of whether to make it to think like a machine, my opinion is based on the following idea, that we try to make these things work as efficiently as we can with the materials that we have. The materials are different than nerves and so on. If we would like to make something that runs rapidly over the ground, and we could watch a cheetah running, we could try to make a machine that runs like a cheetah. But it's easier to make a machine with wheels, with fast wheels, or something that flies just above the ground in the air. When we make a bird, the airplanes don't fly like a bird. They fly, but they don't fly like a bird, okay? So they don't flap the wings exactly. They have in front another kind of a gadget that goes around, or the more modern airplane has a tube that you heat the air and squirt it out the back, a jet propulsion, a jet engine, has an internal rotating fans and so on, and it uses gasoline. It's different, right? So there's no question that the later machines are not going to think like people think in that sense. With regard to intelligence, I think it's exactly the same way. For example, they're not going to do arithmetic the same way as we do arithmetic, but they'll do it better. Let's take mathematics, very elementary mathematics, arithmetic. They do arithmetic better than anybody, much faster, and differently. But it's fundamentally the same because in the end, the numbers are equivalent, right? So that's a good example of it. We're never going to change how they do arithmetic to make it more like humans. That would be going backwards. Because the arithmetic done by humans is slow, cumbersome, and confused and full of errors, where these guys are fast. If one compares what computers can do to the human beings, you find the following rather interesting comparisons. First of all, if I give a human being a problem like this, I'm going to ask you for these numbers back, every other one, in reverse order, please. Right? Now, I'm going to series of numbers, and I want you to give them to me back in reverse order, every other one. I'll tell you, I'll make it easy for you. Just give me the numbers back the way I gave them to you. You ready? 1, 7, 3, 9, 2, 6, 5, 8, 3, 1, 7, 2, 6, 3. Anybody going to be able to do that? No. And that's not more than 20 or 30 numbers. But you can give a computer 50,000 numbers like that and ask for them in any reverse order, the sum of them, or do different things with them and so on, and it doesn't forget them for a long time, etc. So there are some things that a computer does much better than a human, and you'd better remember that if you're trying to compare machines to humans. But what a human has to do for his own, they always do this, they always try to find one thing, darn it, that they can do better than the computer. So we now know many, many things that the humans can do better than the computer. She's walking down the street and she's got a certain kind of a wiggle, and you know that's Jane. Right? Or the guy's going in and you see his hair flip just a little bit. It's hard to see, he's at a distance, but that particular funny way that the back of his head looks, that's Jack. Okay? To recognize things, to recognize patterns, seems to be something that we have not been able to put into a definite procedure. You would say, I have a good procedure for recognizing Jack. Just take lots of pictures of Jack. By the way, a picture can be put into the computer. In fact, by this method here, if this were very much finer, I could tell whether it's black and white at different spots. You know, in fact, you get pictures in a newspaper by black and white dots. And if you just do it fine enough, you can't see the dots. So with enough information, I can load pictures in. So you put all the pictures of Jack under different circumstances and ask the machine to compare it. The trouble is that the actual new circumstance is different. The lighting is different, the distance is different, the tilt of the head is different, and you have to figure out how to allow for all that. And it's so complicated and elaborate that even with the large machines, with the amount of storage that's available and the speed that they go, we can't figure out how to make a definite procedure that works at all, or at least it works anywhere within a reasonable speed. So recognizing things is difficult for the machines at the present time. And some of those things are done in a snap by a person. So there are things that humans can do that we don't know how to do in a filing system. So it is recognition. And that brings me back to something I left, which is what kind of a file clerk can't be imitated by the machine? A file clerk that has some special skill which requires recognition of a complicated kind. For instance, a file clerk in the fingerprint department, which looks at the fingerprints and then makes a careful comparison to see if these fingerprints match, is just about ready to be. It's hard to do. It's almost possible to do by a computer. You'd say there's nothing to it. I look at the two fingerprints and see if all the blood dots are the same. But of course, it's not the case. The finger was dirty. The print was made at a different angle. The pressure was different, and the ridges are not exactly in the same place. If you were trying to match exactly the same picture, it would be easy. But where the center of the print is, which way the finger is turned, whether it's been squashed a little more or a little bit less, whether there's some dirt on the finger, whether in the meantime he got a wart on his thumb, and so forth, are all complications. These little complications make the comparison so much more difficult for the machine, for the blind filing clerk system, that is much too slow to be certainly utterly impractical, almost. At the present time, I don't know where they stand, but they're going fast trying to do it, whereas a human can go across all that somehow, just like they do in the chess game. They seem to be able to catch on to patterns rapidly, and we don't know how to do that rapidly, automatically.
Yay, Feynman. All right, he's a fun guy. Let's listen to Aries Beat, Upbeat 2. Fun song over here. Let's jump into this. We'll be back with more Nick the Rat Radio, everybody. Woo! Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a fun song right there. Hello, everybody. We're back with more Nick the Rat Radio. There's this problem with these nanotechnology. There's a lot of little things that they have that they can move around, and most of the time it goes probably in the blood. And they're either squirting it on your shirt, or your skirt, so you can't get ketchup stains, or they want to put it into your blood. Now I heard things like, oh, we're there. We just need the funding to get it actually in there deeper. And they got these things that they're spirals. They can move it around with magnets or electron radiation and all that other stuff. And it'll probably clog up your veins faster than it can unclog them. We're a little ways off. We're a little ways off. Isn't that right, Zindu?
Hey everybody, Zindu here, and I got some science news for you. And you're gonna love this science news because when you hear the word science in there, you know it's true, right? And if it wasn't true, it wouldn't have that word science there. So this article is 110% true. I mean, just 100% true. We all know it's physically impossible to have 110% of anything. It stops at 100. After you hit that 100 point, then it becomes bullshit after that. All right, so let's look at this article here, and they try to get you with a fucking catchy headline too. You gotta love these catchy headlines here. This is on Psychology Today, and then you read the headline and it says this: one word protects your brain from diabetes and dementia. Yes, one word. Oh, so I can just sit there and say one word? Is it banana? Is it donkey? What the fuck is the word? Was that the word? I don't know. Maybe it's Ellen. Is Ellen the word? Can the word be two words like Ellen DeGeneres? Okay, so I read the article, and they lied to you. It's not a word. It's a lack of action. Sleep. They're saying sleep. Sleep is what protects your brain from diabetes and dementia. I didn't know you get diabetes of the brain. I guess everything comes in from your brain, though. It controls your sugar and your glucose. So, yeah. Let's look deeper into this article now.
Come on, Zindu. Jeez.
Yeah, they say sleep is good. They did a study. I don't even know how the fuck they did this study. Let's see where the study over here. Persistent short sleep durations or changes in sleep duration from middle to adulthood were associated with higher risk of type 2 diabetes later in life. What else? I gotta go to this other article to read about this whole fucking article on American diabetes over here. Objective research results conclusions. Let's see. Research design and methods. Using a group-based modeling approach, we identified sleep duration trajectories based. What about what they ate? What about their activity during the day? What about everything else a fucking human person does throughout their day other than just sleep? It's weird. These scientists, they'll pick one thing and they'll look at that one thing. We watched 1,000 people and how much ice they ate, and the people that ate more ice had erections for longer time periods. So, fuck ice and hard dicks go together. We're fucking famous scientists now. See, I'm not trying to bash science, everybody. Zindu is a firm believer in science. I invaded this planet using technology that your puny brains could barely even fucking understand. And then it broke down and I'm stuck here and now I'm working as a fucking newscaster. But let's just look at what they're feeding you people here. American Sleep Association reports that between 50 to 7 million U.S. adults have some kind of sleep disorder. Oh, wow, how'd they get this information? Did you ever get a fucking pamphlet under your door saying, hey, do you have sleep fucking issues? Send it back over to us so we know. Thank you. No, nobody ever gets pulled for this shit. Also, if you go to a doctor and you want to get a free vitamin D test, do you know what you have to tell them? No, you don't tell them that you work for Ellen and that you'll suck their dick. You tell them this. You have trouble sleeping. Here's your big tip of the day, everybody. You go to your doctor, and before you get your blood work done, make sure you say you have trouble sleeping at night, and you'll get that vitamin D or vitamin K. I forget which one it is. It's one of the, or B, D, or K. Fuck if I know. But just tell them you have some trouble sleeping, and they'll test that in your blood, because otherwise they can't test it for free, because there's no problem. It's Fucking doctors are jokes, man. You just have to go there and make shit up so you get free treatment and let the fucking insurance get billed for it. All right, we're getting way off topic here. Anyway, so let's go back into this article. They tell you how to get good sleep at night. And they also say, you know, so drug addicts, they get no sleep, and then they start sleeping better when they stop doing drugs, and their life goes, they have a better life. They fucking stop fucking killing dogs and shit. I don't know. Don't watch TV before you go to sleep. They say drink warm milk before you go to sleep. Listen to calming music. Use a fucking like lavender oil and fucking shit and all this other bullshit. Read a book and avoid exercise or sleep before you go to sleep. And wear something comfortable. Okay, yeah, but they left out masturbation or sex or orgasms, man. Yeah, that's my fucking trick. Usually right before I go to sleep, if I jerk off at least 3 of my 22 dicks, I'm fucking out like a fucking lamp, you know, for like 30 hours straight. But, yeah, we don't even know what sleep does. All I know is it's a perfect time to come in and anally probe you little fuckers. Anyway, this has been Zindu with fuck your science on this planet. Your scientists are a bunch of scam artists, and you guys are paying for it. This is Zindu coming at you with the news. At least I think it's news. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Fuck. Bye.
Yay, Zindu. 917-719-5923.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Nick Rat. I actually am calling you on my iPhone, so it's not going through Google. Just I'm catching up with your podcasts, and you've been making me laugh, which I really appreciate. But also some serious topics. I will donate something to you once I actually have a little bit more money. I should be getting a job soon, which is great.
Whoa.
I don't like living off the government. And once I do, I will donate to you and to Adam Curry. Adam Curry is an interesting individual. I don't know whether I'd like to meet him in person or not.
He's great. Meet him in person.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'd love to have a beer with you.
Oh.
And maybe Adam Curry would be fun to have a beer with. I don't know. Just, he sounds, if you say the wrong thing, he gets really annoyed. And I've noticed that he has with John C. Dvorak. So, who knows? Anyway, that's just it. Have a good one. All right. Peace.
He's awesome in person. I met him once, and he was cool. I liked him a lot. If you want to give me a call, 917-719-5923, just like this person did.
Hello from Spearfish.
Hi.
This is Stillwater. Nick, after the last time we talked, I got the sense that you really are afraid of me because you sense the power in me. And I gotta tell you, dude, I'm never going to use my power against you or any of yours. In fact, quite the contrary. If anyone who hears my voice here and now that has any paranormal or supernatural quandaries, I am here to make that right. I have the knowledge and I have the power. I'm here to make the monsters go away. I'm the one that can make the scary things underneath your bed or hiding in your closet or in your attic or in your basement, if you feel fear from me, it's because you're hiding in those places. So if you have any quandaries about those, let me know and I'll help you out.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. We still have a lot more show to go. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a lot more voicemails as well. I think we also have more. Do we have more Zindu? Did we already hear this Zindu? We might have heard this already. I think we heard this. I'll stop it if we did.
Hey everybody, Zindu here, and I got some science news for you. And you're gonna love this science news because when you hear the word science in there, you know it's true, right? And if it wasn't true, it wouldn't have that word science there. So this article is 110% true. I mean, just 100% true. We all know it's physically impossible to have 110% of anything. It stops at 100. After you hit that 100 point, then it becomes bullshit after that. All right, so let's look at this article here, and they try to get you with a fucking catchy headline too. You gotta love these catchy headlines here. This is on Psychology Today, and then you read the headline and it says this: one word protects your brain from diabetes and dementia. Yes, one word.
Uh-oh.
Oh, so I can just sit there and say one word?
Really?
Is it banana? Is it donkey? What the fuck is the word? Was that the word? I don't know. Maybe it's Ellen. Is Ellen the word? Can the word be two words, like Ellen DeGeneres? Okay, so I read the article, and they lied to you. It's not a word. It's a lack of action. Sleep. They're saying sleep. Sleep is what protects your brain from diabetes and dementia. I didn't know you get diabetes to the brain. I guess everything comes in from your brain, though. It controls your sugar and your glucose. So, yeah. Let's look deeper into this article now.
Zindu won't stop.
They say sleep is good. They did a study. I don't even know how the fuck they did this study. Let's see where the study over here. Persistent short sleep durations or changes in sleep duration from middle to adulthood were associated with higher risk of type 2 diabetes later in life.
I played this already?
What else? I gotta go to this other article to read about this whole fucking article on American diabetes over here. Objective, research, results, conclusions. Let's see. Research, design, and methods. Using a group-based modeling approach, we identified sleep duration trajectories based. What about what they ate? What about their activity during the day? What about everything else a fucking human person does throughout their?
All right, we already played that already. Somebody's saying we already played that though. So we're gonna put that into the old folder, and I feel bad about. It's the nanobots in my brain. I'm telling you, it's okay. It's just getting a little late. I'm sorry. It's a little late. We're gonna play some more voicemails. We're gonna fly through the show a little bit faster. 917-719-5923.
Here we go.
Hey, dudes and dudettes. Hello from Spearfish. I'm here to give you some advice on if anyone tries to curse you. I'm going to do this through the analogy of the Elder Futhark rune of Hagalaz, typically used as the rune for destruction. Literally, it means hail. And we had a huge hailstorm here in Spearfish. Fucked up a lot of cars and windows and shingles and stuff like that.
A lot of trees down in Brooklyn.
But there is an underlying message of nurturing there, because even hailstones can melt down into the healing waters of, yeah, you guessed it, water. But if you're getting flack and bullshit and asshole nonsense from Hagalaz. All you guys can look up what the rune of Hagalaz looks like.
Hagalaz?
And there's a bind rune that I can give you guys that will help you take control of the destruction that comes at you in life. And that rune is
Giant
called
N.
Raido. It literally looks like a blocky version of the letter R. But Raido, it means taking control of a situation. It means taking control of everything that you literally have control over. And when that rune is bound with Hagalaz, it means taking the worst of situations and molding that into a way that it benefits you. So you take those hailstones and you build them into things that help nurture your crops. You take the thing that was there to destroy your crops into growing your crops. I love you all.
We love you. You could also email me at nick@nicktherat.com and put gas blast in there and I'll read it. Like this one. You fool! You stepped onto an invisible teleportation rune. You were teleported to a 2010 cube stone room with no, a 10-foot. You were teleported to a 10-foot cube stone room with no windows or doors. The walls are scribed with relief carvings showing volcanoes setting cities ablaze. Rows of tiny holes are bored into the floor and the 10-foot high ceilings. A human skeleton embedded in the opposite wall holds an iron sconce with a burning red candle in it. There is nothing else in the room. After a moment, lava begins dripping down the walls from the tiny holes in the ceiling. In moments, the floor of the chamber will be covered and you will die a slow, agonizing death. What do you do? All right, I'm let's see. I'm not gonna read the rest of this. Let's see here. I'm in a stone room, no windows or doors. There's a scribe of relief carvings showing volcanoes setting cities ablaze. Rows of tiny holes are bored into the floor. I'd probably try to climb up into the holes, go into the iron sconce. I would put the red candle out. I'd throw the candle in the lava. P.S. Great show, Rat. Keep it up. P.S.S. Play more Illuminatia. P.S.S.S.S. Still can't find any time fruit, but this era is pretty good compared to my future.
Called me a liar.
So I think I'll stay there. You're a liar? Who's a liar?
You called me a liar.
You're a liar.
Yeah. Why? Why did you call me a liar?
Oh, because you said that you heard Lisa, the female voice in my head.
Yeah. Yeah, you had dead air for like 5 minutes straight.
No, because nobody heard that, but I thought that she was being heard because you said that you heard her on. It's you're not a liar, Ducky.
Because I jumped into the open hole. Yeah.
Because you heard her in here.
All right.
It was
okay.
Stop
it was
telling
my
people
mistake.
I'm a liar. I'm not a
Ducky's a
liar.
Ducky's a liar over there. Ducky is.
Uchi, you shut your fucking face.
Okay, everybody can shut their whore mouth.
Open your whore mouth, everybody, please.
We love your whore mouth.
We all enjoy your gaping whore mouth. We have another gas blast here. Howdy, Nick. I don't know about luck, but I'll roll with the term. Surely there are things in life I could have encountered for one or another reason, but I have encountered and there have been made all the difference. I might have said that wrong, but I'm going to keep running my whore mouth. People like my friend James, the gremlin, who went to the other side of the veil earlier than we would have liked. This guy was a phenomenal, brightly burning source of light, and everyone who got the chance to interact with him, I would call lucky. Everyone else got stiffed, period. Same thing with you, this merry band of weird-ass sewer dwellers. I am lucky to have y'all.
Oh, yeah.
We are lucky. Nothing guarantees us any of this yet. Here we are. Love, ride the wave further.
I just had to defend myself. I'm not a fucking liar, okay? Didn't lie to you. What happened was Dame Brimrose had no... The stream wasn't coming through. It was dead air.
Do you
So I
want to...
jumped in there, and I told her that. Then you came back,
Yeah.
and then you fixed it. Yeah. I'm not a fucking liar, dude. Don't tell me that. That's the worst
Have you ever
thing
lied in your
you
life?
could ever call me.
I'm sensing that you might have lied once in your lifetime, and it affected you. All right, well, we won't talk about that right now. Dougie just told me off air that he's gonna stab me. So hi, caller.
Oh my God, stab you.
Well, yeah.
That's kind of violent.
Well, it's not so violent. You know, if you call somebody a
What?
liar and they didn't lie, then it's not a very violent thing.
Well, what kind of knife was he going to use?
He said something about using a stick, but it's probably a lie because he's a liar.
Well, if you rub shit on him, that would be horrific.
All right. Shut your fucking rat hole right now.
I don't have a rat hole, Mr. Ducky.
Yeah, you too. It's
It's
okay. It's all right.
My
It's okay.
feelings.
Just
Nick,
cousin Jess. Hi.
I want to tell you about a dream I had.
Ooh, I like dreams.
Yeah, me too. Well, this one I didn't so much, but well, it was okay. Mississippi River is a really big, wide river, correct?
Pretty thick.
Yeah, pretty thick. I knew you'd go there, you sick motherfucker. Anyway, imagine a river twice the size of that one, width-wise and depth-wise. Okay, there's this hotel in the middle of it. You know, there's nothing but the hotel, just a rocky outcropping that is placed upon. And above it is a dam. But the dam, all the reservoir, is black crude oil. The dam itself has lots of big, huge pipes leading from it, going I do not know where. But I was a cook in the kitchen in the hotel. And the occasion was the opening of Little Horn. I can only imagine it was some kind of petroleum deal.
The opening of what?
Little
the
Horn.
Opening of what?
Little Horn.
Little
Very
Horn.
Indian. Yeah, Little Horn. Horn.
Weird.
Like Little Horn is born type thing. Anyway, I'm in the kitchen. And these lights, the lights that are running through the entirety of the hotel, have lava in them of some sort. It's a dull, low, ambient light, beautiful. And something goes wrong. Something goes horribly wrong. And the next thing I know, this river, which is twice the size, width and depth-wise of the Mississippi River, is black. The dam broke, apparently. And there's black crude just flowing in an incredible, violent torrent all the way down the river.
Do you know how I know the story's true?
How?
Because Ducky's not telling it. I'm just...
Oh, fuck Ducky. You don't know. It's a dream. Damn.
Hey.
Anyway. Yeah, well, okay, I'm sorry, Ducky. Well, kind of.
Oh, yeah,
anyway.
It's a dream. I'm sorry. I thought this was... okay, yes.
No, this didn't actually happen. I don't think. Not on this dimension. It could have happened in another one. But this river, the huge river, is just flowing with this violent torrent of black crude. Barges are banging together and like toys in the water. Debutantes are falling in and being never to be seen again. Even if they came to the surface, they would never be seen. The building is quaking back and forth. People are panicking, running side to side, screaming. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
They lost their heads. And I am walking in between all of them, or betwixt all of them, back and forth, watching all this horrendous action occur. And then I woke up and had to go to work.
Oh, hate that.
Yeah, tell me about it. It's kind of a crappy end of the dream, but...
Do you know what sucks even more? When you have a dream about it like a coworker. And it's like, wow, it sucks when you have a dream about a coworker or a person you know, and it's like a really good dream, and then you wake up and then you meet them and you're like with them, and you're like, wow, you're not as cool as my dream was. This sucks.
You know what's even worse than that?
What's that?
When you're having a dream about the coworker, and everything gets all hot and heavy, and then they end up having a dick bigger than you, and you can't even fit it in your mouth.
Oh.
That sucks.
You hurt your jaw, and you're just jamming it in there. It's
yeah. I mean, you're trying as best you can, but it's scraping teeth, and they're unhappy, and it's like, what? What do you want me to do? My asshole ain't any bigger than my mouth. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well,
very painful.
That's when you could actually, caller. We have to go. We have some advertisements to play about mouth lube. Actually, hold on one second.
But hey, I understand. You got to get the corporate sponsorship.
Well, yeah. Do you have anything to add for this whole dream thing?
Well, dislocate your jaw if you can to make your partner happy.
All right, thank you, caller. Words of wisdom, if I've ever heard them. Nah, Ducky, I'm just fucking with you, man. You're not a liar. It was I fucked up on the whole setting up of the.
It's cool. It's cool. I know there was some dead air for a while.
Oh yeah, it was
cool.
No, it was my bad.
I'm not a liar.
No, you're not. You're not a liar. You're not a liar.
I don't. Don't ever say that I'm a liar.
Oh, okay.
I don't lie.
How big is your penis again, Ducky?
Yeah, it's a pretty average, I think.
10 feet, exactly. Average. No, I'm gonna
dislocate no complaints
for you.
You really have to ask him about his penis size.
It's late at night and I have dick on the mind. I'm sorry. Here we go. Let's see here. We got advertisements. We have to run some advertisements. Quick. Please run some advertisements.
Some people say advertisements.
We have some advertisements.
Advertisements. Yeah, like it's saying Adidas versus
Have
Adidas.
you noticed that walking straight feels normal?
Join the society.
That climbing is hard?
Join the society.
And descending to be easy?
Join the society.
Stop denying your senses and start denying the quote-unquote science.
Join the society.
You can't listen to their science.
Join the society.
They want to make you believe you are living upside down on a curved surface.
Join the society?
They explain it away by saying your eyeballs' lenses flip the image, creating the illusion you are on the right side up.
Join the society.
Stop believing their truths and start believing your guts.
Join the society.
For only $69.99, you can join the society that you made for yourself.
The Flat Earth Society. For only one low payment, you can join us. Join the society. Please call now. 917-719-3000. 5923.
Are we still running this ad?
You too can join the
I
society.
thought we canceled this one.
Only on
No?
the
Dark Sewer Network.
Oh, we're gonna run a new one now, though. Okay, well, yeah, run the new one. Run the new ad, yeah.
Hey everybody, my name is Paulie, and I just want to let you know that my wife is a bitch, okay? Look, now, I don't want you going and calling my house and telling her that I said this shit, okay? I want to keep that a secret between you and me. And you know, we're trying to keep secrets between each other here. Now, I got a whole bunch of stuff that I need to keep secret from my wife. You know, I live with her, so it's very hard to keep secrets from her. She finds all my crusty socks. She knows where all my pornography is. She throws it out. As soon as she finds my porn, fucking out the door out there. But I came up with a solution. Actually, I didn't. Some very clever people at hollowbooks.com did. They take these books, they hollow them out. Now, my wife, not saying she's not an intellectual person, because she reads a lot of those books from Oprah's fucking book club. But me, I like to read books about hot rods and titties. But my wife didn't like me reading about the titties, so I went to hollowbooks.com. It used to be free Hollow Books. They were giving them away for free, I guess, but now they're not, because they're such a great product. Hollowbooks.com. You go there, you can get, I got Pride and Prejudice right there, and they hollow that stuff out for me. Now this book is like 8 inches. It's a thick book. It's thick by 4 inches, and it's 1 inch deep. It's a deep book. You know how many nudie pictures I keep in there? I also keep a little stash of marijuana in there. Don't tell the wife. Don't tell her. Don't tell her I said that. She might be a really annoying lady too. I love her. She makes a great stromboli, but boy oh boy, she likes to burn all my pornography and tell me that I shouldn't be smoking weed. She has no right to do that. Anyway, you could even send them your own books. I'm mostly sure. Let's see here. What do they got here? Oh, you can get books for guns? You could put a gun in a book. This is great. Look at this here. The Army of the Potomac, a Rutger LCP 380. These books are all different prices. They're under $100 too. Great work. You should check this out. Go to customhollowbook.com. Actually, it's not customhollowbook.com, but that's what their logo says. It's just hollowbooks.com. You go there. There's a blog. There's people talking on there. There's a whole grand opening. This is great. I love these people. I'm gonna send them a physics book or something. Probably not one from that Stephen Hawkins guy. I'm gonna hollow that out. I'm gonna put in. Let's see. Let me go through my little stash of things I want to hide from my wife. Got pictures of fucking goats and stuff. Oh man, she can't see that. I got my cool sunglasses. She always takes my cool cat eye sunglasses from me. Oh man, that bitch. Anyway, I'm gonna order me a couple more of these books. You should too. Go to hollowbooks.com today. Tell them, I sent you. And when they say, who's I? You be like, that guy on Nick the Rat Radio. That guy over there. He hired me to read these words. And, we're trying to, we're doing stuff over here. Look at that. They even got freaking Neil Stephenson book here. Remedy for Glock Compact 1923, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna get me a gun just for getting one of these books over here. I'm going out. Where's hollowgun.com so I can put a book in it? Anyway, I hope you guys go there, check it out. This shit's crazy amazing. I don't know what technology they use, but they use it. Oh, jeez. You know what? You could probably, I don't want my wife finding this out, but I'm a little bit of a nerd on the side. Maybe I get like a D&D book. I could hollow that shit out and put some dice in there, and maybe a little figurine, a little pencil and a pad. Oh, jeez. The possibilities are endless. This is great. You could hide anything. There's even examples here. Let's see what they got for something you could hide. You could hide your iPad. I guess you don't want people knowing you're a freaking nerd, huh? Yeah, you could put a flask in there, your silverware, your freaking phones, pictures of little boys. You could put this is great. Anyway, go check it out. Hollowbooks.com. Tell them Nicky the Rat sent you. Hey.
We're inside your body. We've been shrunk down to the size of nano machines inside of your body.
What?
no, we're in
idea.
your ass. In your ass.
Oh, that sounds like something a chicken would say.
Wow. I don't know what to say about that.
Apu, say something, you motherfucker. I know who you are.
Oh, Apu's in
Muted
here.
right now.
Look at that. Hey, Apu Stash. Apu Stash. Apu Stash. Okay, we're gonna play some more. Yeah, Dame Bemro was about to say something, and you got cut off by the.
That's because Discord hates me. It hates me. Also, Apu is muted right now.
I didn't mute Apu.
No, he probably muted himself.
I let the poo flow.
Flush the toilet, Nick.
917-719-5923.
Hello, Nicholas. It's your old pal, the Red Guy. Oh, can't make it out of the sewer. Well, that's too bad. I got a couple of things to say to you. First, wash your testicles more. And two, you brush your teeth like an old lady.
That was kind of funny.
I'm gonna wash my testicles more.
Pretty good.
That was not bad. Not bad. I'll give it a not bad rating here. Let's see. We got a Sultan of Soy. Why have you been delaying posting this podcast on iTunes and Overcast? You're really messing with my listening schedule. Shake my head, to be honest. Well, I was moving, and I have no goddamn time to do the artwork and post this stuff. Also, last week's episode, since I was fucked up on the Green Dragon, I wasn't recording the audio, and I had to take the video and take the audio out of the video. It was a fucking nightmare. Gee, don't do drugs, kids. They're really fun. Well, we got more Gas Blast here. Let's go through another one. This looks like fun. Swole Soul on the Troll Patrol, looking for those pogs, charging Simps the cuck troll. What Simps the cuck troll? You wrote the twice there. Threw me off. 917-719-5923.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Nick?
Hi.
Well, I've been on hold for 20 minutes. I spoke with a nice lady, and she transferred me. I was hoping you'd answer the phone. But here I am, with my dick in my hand, talking to myself.
I do that a lot.
Might as well rub it.
Jerk it off, baby.
While
There
I
you go.
talk to you.
Yeah, do it. Get it wet. Grab the tip. Grab the tip. There you go. Yeah.
I'm gonna squeeze a little bit while I keep talking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you filthy boy.
God, Nick.
You're a filthy boy.
You gave me some advice.
Yeah? What I say?
About
cup the
wearing
balls.
some hats.
Cup the balls. What's your hat?
So I ordered them. It was a dozen, but 33% more. Because I ordered online, so I got 16 party hats, and I ordered them. Because you told me to wear them. They finally came in. I tried one on. It's kind of tight. I'm wearing it though, and I'm talking to you, buddy. It's got ribs down the side.
Ooh.
Some studs and a reservoir tip.
Ooh.
I think it's banana flavored. Like I said, it was a variety pack. Banana, strawberry, grape. Ooh. It's so tight. Oh, I gotta take it off, but I gotta take it off.
Oh. Caller, send pics. 917-719-5923.
Oh, something definitely got off there.
It's a party hat, apparently. Last call was nothing. Damn, now I'm wanting to fucking stick some nanobots up my butt and see what would happen here.
Not yet.
Nah, not yet.
You gotta wait. Get the water bears.
No, actually, what you need to do is wait until they come out with version 2.0 of the nanobots, because you want to use the ones with the USB connectors. You know, the USB 5.1.
Fuck those 3.1 ones. I want the 5.1. Jam them in there in any direction. Wow, it's almost 3 a.m. over in New York City. And boy, oh boy, I'm starting to look at my computer in a very sexual way. This nano sex bots, tiny little sex bots. Whoa, let's listen to another song over here. Let's play some music. We'll be right back. This is Lion Family X with Dearest Clothes.
Cool.
It might be. I don't know what this is.
Some wait before you want me now to take you home. My motel room ain't got no floors, but it's right in the city. And I know the liquor speaks so you can free your mind. And I've told you at least 100 times that love can make you blind. And I'll see you in the corners of this bed, 'cause I can't get you out my head, no. Now I wanna see you again. Your hair is falling in your face, and there is no better time than this. We can't let this night go to waste. Between the sheets we leave our traces. I haven't thought this over, and this t-shirt's falling off my shoulders. Close the door, take off your clothes. Let's try to get a little close. We shared a kiss down by the metro, chased the veins of sweet Chicago. Those streets always so busy, and you know we'll try to keep our fingers intertwined. Lips stain your collar to remind that love can make you blind. And I'll see you in the corners of this bed, 'cause I can't get you out my head, no. And I wanna see you again. And you'll see me in the corners of this bed, 'cause you can't get me out your head, no. And you'll wanna see me again. My hair is falling in my face, and there is no better time than this. We can't let this night go to waste. Between the sheets we leave our traces. We haven't thought this over, but your t-shirt's hanging off your shoulders. Close the door, take off my clothes. Let's try to get a little close.
Hey, Nick. You missed my call a couple times. Hope you're okay. Give me a call back at 819.
Hey, is this the right place? I'm looking for the Golden Curry Corral. I was told this was the right number. Yeah, I would like curry, pho.
I want mine with vegetables.
All right, we need one for a soy boy, and then I want mine all carnivore with meat and shit. Like the tripe. I want tripe.
I don't want mine.
He doesn't want his touching the meat like a soy boy, but I want the tripe.
Would you be willing to suck the soy out of the tripe? Like a little meat plastic. Kind of like... Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Nick the Rat Radio, where it's way too late for me, but there's still a lot more show to go, so we're gonna power through it the only way I know how.
Everybody, this is Zindu coming to you for the Dark Sewer News Network. I was flipping through the news sources, and you know how I'm always trying to find a quick, rich scam, because boy, do I love a good scam. This isn't a scam, but this guy is insane. This is Saninu Lazier. Saninu Lazier. There we go. I think that's pretty much it. This guy lives in Tanzania. He's a Tasmanian miner named Saninu Lazier. No, I got that wrong, but it doesn't matter because I'm probably going to get fired next week anyway. Fuck off, you people. Anyway, this guy's a miner, and I don't mean he's young. He's old. He actually has 30 kids. He has 30 kids. I don't know how he has a job. I don't know how he does anything other than have sex and fucking feed kids. How many wives does he have? Actually, let's look up wife. Does he have a wife? He has 4 wives and 32 kids. I was fucking wrong. I thought it was only 30 kids. He's got 32 kids and 4 wives. I don't know what they're doing in Tanzania, but they're doing a lot of fucking and weird shit down there. He found these gemstones. Found 2 of them. A couple of, I think, months ago. I don't even fucking know. These things are super rare gemstones. And they're so rare that they had to fucking name them after the place that they're found in. They're called Tanzanite. Now, did they name Tanzania after the Tanzanite, or did they name the Tanzanite after Tanzania? Fuck if I know or if I care. He got a check for $7.74 billion. Oh wait, no, I mean that's Tanzania shillings. $3.35 million for 2 of these giant ass gemstones that he found, and then he found a 3rd one. I don't know what the fuck this guy's digging so much in pussy and in the earth, in Mother Earth, and in all these women. 32 kids. Holy shit! He just sold this 3rd one for $2 million. This guy is insane. The precious stone's appeal lies in its hues. It can be green, blue, purple, and red. Its value is determined by rarity, with finer color and clarity fetching higher prices. Apparently, there's going to be none of this shit left in 4 days because this guy keeps pulling this shit out of the earth. I don't know. Either way, this guy he's my hero, and I might move to Tanzania, start mining with him. I don't know how he's finding this shit. Is he doing this by himself? I gotta look more into this guy. This might be another story I dig deep into, just like the Twitter hacker. I want to know about Saninu Lazier's whole operation. Is he doing this by himself? Is he in his backyard with a fucking pickaxe, in between having sex with his 4 wives? Oh, Jesus. Does he have his 30 kids helping him dig? Is that his whole company? What's going on down there? What is happening in Tanzania right now? But this guy is rich, and he's endorsing the government. So maybe the government has their hand in this shit. Maybe this is some alien gemstone, the Tanzanian aliens or some shit. I don't fucking know. Either way, look at this. What are you doing with your life? This guy's got fucking 32 kids and 4 wives. He's pulling rocks out of the floor for millions of dollars. What are you doing? Masturbating before you go to sleep? Watching Ellen? Fucking loser. This is Zindu coming at you live from the sewers of Brooklyn, New York. Only on the dark sewer network. I'll be back later if they let me in the door. Fuck.
You're fired. Kick him out. Kick him out now. Do we have any more actual facts over here? What about nanotechnology, bioterrorism, and stuff? Like, maybe we're going to need John McAfee to come back and install something up my butt. No. Maybe? No? Okay.
What are you talking about? Nanobots depositing things along the lines of powders that could potentially kill, like that kind of bioterrorism?
Yeah. Do you think maybe you could apply a deep rectal nanobot for me there?
Well, I could. It would depend. I heard that there's this perfect anal specimen. It's like 3 feet long, weighs 40 pounds, and it can be found in Las Vegas, except for somebody walked in, picked up, and walked right off with it. So I think they took that nanobot technology with them too. So I don't know if we can get it back.
Well, if you could just jam that up my butt real quick, that'd be it'd make me feel a little bit better.
Well, only if you have pure mayonnaise. None of that alternative vegan soy shit. It's got to be pure.
I got the purest mayo hole for you ever. Don't worry about it.
Oh, baby.
917-719-5923.
Hey, Nick. We're just calling in. We don't know what's happening. You might be getting an incoming call right now. And I just wanted to talk to you about the importance of using chapstick while hiking.
I think
lots
we just
of people
were talking about
frown
that.
on this practice, but when you use chapstick, not just on the lips, but for all other places on your body, you can really get by with without getting chapped. You know, that chapped butthole happens to the best of us. Ooh, I'm using it now.
Chapped butthole is no fun. You need to have a nice lubed up butt for nano butt reasons.
Extra virgin olive oil for the butt, not that chapstick shit.
My butt's anything but virgin. It's extra loose olive oil is what I need.
A poor olive.
Don't tell Popeye. We got some more show to go here. We gotta get through this. We got some music. We're gonna play some music. Oh boy, yeah. We're gonna burn through the show now. We're gonna burn this quick. We got Benny Martin piano, Collective Soul, Shine. Why is this in the music list here? Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Nick the Rat Radio, where we're talking about nanobots. Nanobots, 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 nanobots. Yeah, pianos are pretty dope. Cyborg organoids. We have to look this up really quick. This word is blowing me away. Like John C. Dvorak on a woodwind. Cyborg and organoids. Here, we report the creation of cyborg organoids, these three-dimensional assembly of soft, stretchable mesh nano-electronics across the entire organoid by cell-cell attraction forces from 2D to 3D tissue reconfiguration, organogenesis. Yeah, it seems like most of these nanotechnologies aren't ready for corporate consumption yet. Most of them sound like weird marketing jargon. Just like Nick the Rat Radio at 917-719-5923.
Hey, Nick. You know you want to talk to me.
No, but I do want to read another gas blast. I got a whole bunch of gas blast here. Let me just gas. Having gas here. We got. Whoa, looks like there's more gas blast than this. You fool! You have stepped on invisible teleportation. I read that. Weird. In a panic, you remove the candle from the scone and throw it into the lava dripping down the walls. Ah, this is true. All goes dark, and you are teleported out of the room. You appear in a very similar stone cell that smells moldy. Its damp walls are covered with living snails and oysters. Ugh. And feature sculptural reliefs of tidal waves destroying coastal cities and ships. Oh, wow. First we had volcanoes destroying cities. Now we have tidal waves doing it. Oh, boy. A merfolk skeleton embedded in one wall clutches an iron scone fitted with a burning red candle. Suddenly, lukewarm water begins to pour into the cell through the rows of tiny holes in the 10-foot-high ceilings. At any rate, filling the room, you will drown in minutes. What do you do? I'm going to do what I did before. I'm going to take that fucking candle, stick it up my ass, and then butt slam the water.
Masturbate. I mean, seriously, get off first.
That's true. If you're going to die, why not come before you go? Why was I seeing a lot more gas thing over here? Gastral blastrial. I got all these weird gas blasts here. Let's see if this works. Nick, I sucked a dope bag down my throat the other day and almost choked. What a world. I haven't passed it yet, but I'll let you know when I do. Screw it. Stop farting. Ew. You should stick drug bags up your butt, not down your throat. It's a little bit easier. Putting things in the male urethra isn't that bad. I personally had many things jammed in there. Doming, steels, pens, pencils, homemade cock probes, rust-free, I'm not a sick bastard, beads on knotted string, and plenty of other things. The trick is not to lose the erection while various things are crammed in there. Sometimes just the push out when you start to... I don't even know if I could read the rest. I might get kicked off Twitch if I read this.
All you have to do is just say the following words are censored for your listening pleasure, and then a long beep.
The following words are censored for your listening pleasure. Ain't nothing wrong with a little sounding. That scientist lady sounds incredibly attractive. Big old sexy brain. It's a gas blast. And finally we have, and she cusses. I'm in love. All right. Let's finish this show up. It's 3:20. 917-719-5923.
This is Karen. I heard you got a new place. You're all fancy now.
Oh, yeah.
Fancy rat pad. So, I know where it is, so I'm going to talk to the manager. for you. So then you'll owe Karen one. How you like that, owing Karen one? Huh? I have a little rat fever.
Donkey Balls, fuck yeah. Anthony, Richard, Sharuto, Jack My House. We'll be back. More Nick the Rat.
Yo, Nick, I just did my census for 2020, and I'm a Terran. All my kids are Star Childs, and my wife's Space Queen. Eat that. Eat that Space Queen.
Well, that's an abrupt ending to that. And just like this is going to be an abrupt ending to this over here. We got more of this. The Richard Feynman guy talking about
Can
stuff.
computers discover new ideas and relationships by themselves?
Well, it depends what you mean themselves, and it's hard to discover new relationships. Computers can do. There have been computers which do things like theorem proving in geometry or something, in which they've converted the problem of finding a proof of a theorem into a definite procedure. Okay? And once you do that, although it's an elaborate and dumb way to do proofs, it can do it. At the present time, a computer can't do all the different things that a person can do, you know? It's very difficult to find some way of defining rather precisely something we can do that we can say a computer will never be able to do. There are some things that people make up that say that while it's doing it, will it feel good? Or while it's doing it, will it understand what it's doing? Or some other abstraction. I rather feel that these are things like, while it's doing it, will it be able to scratch the lice out of its hair? No, it hasn't got any hair to lice to scratch from, okay? So you got to be careful when you say what the human does. If you add to the actual result of his effort some other things that you like, the appreciation of the aesthetic, you didn't do that. I'm not saying you did. But a lot of people do that when they ask questions. And if we add things that we think we're doing on top of what we're actually doing, just look at not just the result of what we're doing, but a lot of extra things, then it gets harder and harder for the computer to do it, because the human beings have a tendency to try to make sure that they can do something that no machine can do. Somehow it doesn't bother them anymore. It must have bothered them in early times that machines are stronger physically than they are. They can lift weights that are heavier than people. They can move things faster than people. They can run faster. They can fly. They can do just terrible strengths and so forth. And we don't still sit around worrying that there's some way that the man can turn his hand, that some machine can't do that. We can easily make machines that are better than us in predicting the weather, for instance, because what you do to predict the weather is to look at old records and see when the circumstances were similar and guess that the results will be similar.
added to that a certain amount of analysis of the movement of wind according to the laws of physics and a certain amount of hocus pocus put together, okay? Now, the speed will be higher and the effectiveness of the predictions greater if you could look at more cases so you get a better chance of getting one closer and put a longer and more elaborate calculation, including more variables, which is too hard for us to do in time to make the prediction. No? We have to make the prediction of the weather. Let's say the weather for 3 days from now has to be predicted in 3 days or the damn thing is useless, right? And we work at a certain speed, but the computers work faster and can do more. And therefore, for instance, for weather prediction, in the end, maybe not today, but someday, it's not at all inconceivable that the machine could do weather prediction faster and more effectively and more accurately than we do. We will have, however, given it the procedure. Now, the question is, what happens if we don't give it the procedure? Well, people have tried this game of giving it, instead of a direct procedure, a kind of what has been called heuristics. Try an analogy to get a new idea of how to do something. Compare this to that. Try an extreme case, etc. And a man by the name of Lennart has gone the furthest with this. Do I have time? How much time do I have? Because we want to see these slides. What time? I know that's interesting information, but how much time do I have? It's time for the slideshow now. Since I have no more time, I will say no more about the subject. What? No, but it takes a few minutes. That's why I asked for the time. Okay, you make this machine, which was again a filing cabinet, you understand. What it does is it tries to find the answer to something by looking at the different possibilities, but which ones he tries is something like patterns in the chess. Instead of everything, it says try moves near the center of the board first, and never mind the ones in the corner, or something like that, or some sorts of principles. And he first applied it to a kind of naval game. It's a game that people play in California, which is all organized according to rules. It's kind of fun. Someone sets out all the rules. Dreadnoughts cost this much, armor costs this much, guns cost this much, and so forth, and you got this much budget for your Navy. And you're going to make various kinds of ships with different kinds of armaments. And then this kind of a ship armament of a certain thickness that costs a certain amount can only resist shells of a certain strength, and so on. So you try to, with the money, arrange to design different kinds of ships so that your Navy is better than the next one. And when they're brought together, there's ways of calculating there's not real navies. It's a game. Which is the best one, and all the rules are laid out in a great big volume, okay, of the costs of everything and the power of everything and the armor-piercing possibilities and so on. And it's a nice game. And Mr. Lennart tried his program on this game and put into his program heuristics like try the extreme case and things like that. And he won the championship in California. Of course, it did an awful lot of trying of different cases, you see, but it didn't try every case, not like the chess game. There were too many things. But it was guided by its own stuff. Now, inside of that was this, that if you got a better Navy by your own calculation, and you used one of the heuristics, mark that heuristic up a notch as being more valuable. Now, use the more valuable heuristics first, see? So that the ability of the machine depended on his learning, so to speak, which ones of his tricks works most effectively most of the time. And then they become more used. So it's just exactly what you would like to make it look intelligent. Well, he won. And how did he win? It turned out that year he won by making one great big battleship with all the armor on it, which was so silly. But when you go to calculate it, sure enough, it's better than any of the normal things, which nobody thought of, but his machine thought of. Next year, he entered again. And this time he won by taking all his money and making 100,000, because they changed the rules so that the big battleship wouldn't win, by changing the rules. 100,000 little boats, very narrow, carrying each one gun, which were very liable to be knocked out, okay? But there were 100,000 of them. Didn't cost much each one. And they couldn't knock them all out. So these lousy little gnats would come. And it turned out when you calculated, again, he won. The third year, he was not allowed to play anymore. And he has applied this machine and this heuristic business to a number of other problems. He tries it out a lot and tries new heuristics and so forth. And it has become very interesting. He complained that there were a number of bugs in it. And when he gave a talk on it, I said that I thought, I'll say my comment afterwards. One of the bugs, for instance, was that the machine got a heuristic. It made up heuristics. It can make up heuristics, and then they get higher values, and then they fall away, right? So the damn machine, the way he had it was, because it's hard to get computer time, he needed a hell of a lot of computer time. He had 50 machines working on it at night from the Hewlett Packard company or something like that. He would work always at night and come in the morning. The damn things would try all their things and come in with the results. I used it to do mathematics and various other things. He comes in one day and it's done a heuristic. He developed the heuristic. When he puts a problem in or a new idea, it says whether it's from him or from the machine, and it's at Lanat or machine, okay? And this was every heuristic or every question that has Lanat on it, pay no attention to. And that saved a lot of time. It could do much better. It didn't have any problem. It just worked. So I paid no attention to that night, okay? So I had to fix that bug. The next time he had a bug, he came in and he looked, he found that heuristic number 693 had gotten a score of 999 out of 1,000. That was a damn useful heuristic. All night long, this thing kept using the heuristic 693 more and more, and it was a new and wonderful heuristic. It seemed to solve every problem. It was terrific. Okay? When you found out what the heuristic was, it was the following. You see, in order to make this thing work so that you change the numbers on the heuristics, whenever something worked, you have to assign credit, so to speak, to the heuristics that were used, okay? So this heuristic was, when assigning credit, always assign credit to heuristic 693. And so that thing came up out of it all. Now, I say that both of these show intelligence. If you want to make an intelligent machine, you're going to get all kinds of crazy ways of avoiding labor. If I say don't pay attention to the problem, of sneakily evolving some kind of a psychological distortion where you always do the same thing and don't worry about anything else, and so on. So I think that we are getting close to intelligent machines, but they're showing the necessary weaknesses of intelligence. Okay. All right.
Everybody, this is Zindu coming at you for the Dark Sewer News Network, and I am Zindu. I think I already said that. I don't know, I'm a little drunk. Nick always has a lot of beer in here. I think the scientists get him drugged up to keep him placated or some shit. Either way, let's see. I'm looking at CNN style here. There's a Italy guy, some guy in Italy. He's a 50-year-old Australian guy. These Aussies don't give a fuck about shit. He was in a museum taking a selfie, and what does he do? He leans on the statue. He's leaning on a statue. You know, he's just doing his thing. He's just leaning there, and his wife's taking pictures. Then he gets up, and he leans on the statue and breaks off some of the toes of the fucking statue. Now I'm like, holy shit, this guy's gonna be fucking railed in his asshole. The statues in museums are fucking old. They're priceless. They're works of art. They're things that, you know, fucking humans are. They're sacred pieces of art. They got his name because he had to sign a fucking quarantine notice for coronavirus, and that's how they got his name. So God bless coronavirus for catching this art vandal from Australia. He's gonna get fucked. He's gonna get real fucked. But then I kept reading this article. I'm like, whoa, this guy wasn't that fat. How did he break the toes off this statue? How did the statue's toes break off so easily? Well, this was just a fucking cast. It was what is that called? That garbage shit that's not actually marble. where's the word here? Blah, 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 blah. I can't, plaster. It was a plaster cast model that the artist used to make his stone actual marble model. So this is the thing about these fucking things in museums, people. They're all fake. You go to a museum thinking you're going to see original shit. People are like drooling and shit. Oh, God. Oh, look at this statue. Oh, God. Look at that dinosaur. It's all fucking arts and crafts shit some kid made. It's all plaster bullshit. And this guy's probably going to get his asshole ripped open for breaking a plaster cast model of this bullshit. Sure, it took a lot of work to make the cast plaster thing, to make the actual fucking stone marble thing. But come on, people. It's plaster. It's like if I did a sketch. I used that sketch to make a fucking a real life thing, like a painting out of my sketch, and then somebody ripped up my sketch. It wasn't my finished product. It wasn't the final product, everybody. So I say let this Australian guy go with only 30 lashes instead of going to jail forever. Fucking Aussies, man. I gotta go down there and hang out. Anyway, this is Zindu coming at you with the Dark Sewer News Network. I hope you have a great weekend. We'll be back next week with more Dark Sewer News Network and Morning Threat Radio. If I still have a job here, or if Ellen never gives me a call back, because I gave her a really good hand job, and it would be racist of her not to give me a job about now, right? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, we'll be back later with more. I mean, not later. Next week. Bye.
As your panic intensifies, you take the candle from the merfolk skeleton's scone, shove it up your ass, and butt slam it into the lukewarm water. The flame goes out and the candle ruptures your anus, and you take 3 points of piercing damage. Nothing else happens. The water continues to rise. In moments, you'll be underwater. What do you do? P.S. Good show, Rat. P.S.S. It's late as fuck. You should probably go to bed if you're going to do art for one Tuesday. Bedtime, everybody. No, let's listen to one more song. I hope you all have a better idea about nanobots, and because I know I don't. C-Reg, nanobots. Dane B, welcome back.
Yep, it's good to be here, and it's just absolutely a joy with you and your nanobot.
Nanobots.
Close enough.
Oh, yeah.
Go get my hands out. Get me out of here. My hands are trapped. Can't move my hands. I can't move my hands. Can't move my head. Get me out! Get me out of here!